8. Nice light by both. Udo's going to get there first. He goes 11.76 at 113 to Brian Cam's 12.48 at 108. Bill the Legend Taggart in the Tortoise that he calls that car. Andrew Earl in the 68 Firebird. All right, we need Trophy and Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Trophy and Junior Dragsters to the lanes. That's 6 through 12 and 13 through 17 into Junior Dragsters. We need you to the lanes right now. And Bill Taggart goes 0.52 on the tree, goes 18.14 at 77. Andrew Earl goes 12.36 at 107. Ryan Haluska in the 99 GMC Sierra. Mark Chansey in the 63 Fury. Once again, Trophy, and Junior Dragsters. We need you to the lanes right now. Mark Chansey turns on the red light. He goes 11.61 at 115. Ryan Haluska, nice light. 0.20 goes 13.22 at 101. Big Bad Brad Bowen in the Pontiac Trans Am. Logan Pagano in the Corvette. Logan doubled up up at Sacramento in the Wally race. He won Sportsman and Pro. Nice light by both. Brad goes 0.69. Logan goes 0.37. Logan goes 12.27 at 110 to Big Bad Brad's 12.32 at 111. Greg Rudd in the 69 Mach 1. Once again, we need trophy cars to the lanes and junior dragsters. 6 through 12, 13 through 17. We need you to the lanes now. And the Riley lane goes red, 027 to the dark side of the tree. Greg Rudd, 181 green. The Riley side goes 1257 at 104. Greg Rudd goes 1315 at 100. Once again, we need trophy cars to the lanes and junior dragsters to the lanes. 6 through 12, 13 through 17. All right, attention in the pits, Pro ET, we need you to the lanes too. Pro ET, we need you to the lanes. DeAndre Fitzgerald in the Santa Fe cuts a decent light, 062, but it'd take forever to get down the track. I mean, the other car went 1291. DeAndre's still going down the track. He goes 1883 at 75 miles an hour. Hard to beat DeAndre. Jeff LaSalle, soon to be a father in the 69 Dart in the O'Reilly lane. Jeff LaSalle goes 031 on the tree, goes 1248 at 106. The Denzel side went 016 on the tree, goes 1460 at 94. Rich Hardy in the Charger. Lala Paravalos in the 63 Nova Wagon. Lula goes 081 on the tree, goes 1196 at 109. Rich Hardy goes 1256 at 109. Mike Holland in the 72 Maverick. Walt Tuithi in the Mustang. Oh, there's a Chevy truck. Not a Mustang. Once again, trophy lane to the lanes. Junior dragsters, 6 through 12, 13 through 17 to the lanes. Pro ET also to the lanes. Walter Iffy turned on the red light, goes 13-14 at 109. Mike Holland goes 106 on the tree, goes 12-36. Hey, Drew Keeler over here in Trophy. He's a Wednesday night regular. Paul Rilla in the 08 Corvette. He goes 14:05 at 100 miles an hour. Drew Keeler goes 17:59 at 77. Sean Owens, the last car out in Trophy. Well, there might be one more. Yeah. Pro lanes 14 and 15. Pro ET lanes 14 and 15. That was my mistake. I didn't know. But Steve Roman's not back there, you know. Once again, Pro ET, lanes 14 and 15. All right, junior dragsters in lanes 8 and 9. Lanes 8 and 9. 6 to 12 in 8. 13 to 17 in lane 9. And no. All right, Dan Fichter in the fair lane. Turns on the red light, huge red light. Harold Binsfeld goes 004 in the tree in the 55 wagon. Dan goes 1061 at 123. Harold goes 1136 at 116. Scott McKenna, Rich Hardy, Camaro versus Charger. Once again, Pro ET, lanes 14 and 15. Junior dragsters 6 through 12, lanes 8. 13 through 17, lane 9. And Scott McKenna and Rich Hardy both go red. Scott McKenna goes 1164 at 116 to Rich Hardy's 1257 at 109. Hey, here we go. Ryan Haluska in pro in the 99 Sierra GMC pickup. And Big Bad Brad Bowen out of Nevada in the Trans Am. Let's see what Flying Ryan can do. We know what Brad's going to do. Well, let's see if Flying Ryan can get a good light. Hey, Ryan Haluska goes 036 on the tree, but Big Bad Brad treed Ryan. He goes 016 on the tree. He goes 1225 at 112 to the 1323 at 101 for Flying Ryan. Hey, Zach Ealing driving the Corvette. His dad's not driving it today, but, you know, we'll see how that works out. His dad might be driving it in Super Pro, but Zach's driving it in Pro. Let's see if he's a chip off the old block. And soon we'll know. Flickers it in. Gets on the trans brake. He goes 048 on the tree. The Riley side goes 055. So Zach, decent light, 048. He goes 1008 at 131. The Riley side, 1071 at 131. Tony Roca in the Camaro. John Cavallo in the 67 Camaro. All right, John Cavallo in the Camaro goes 092 on the tree. He goes 1020 at 131. With Tony Roca goes 1451 at 97. Scott Weigert in the Duster. Robert Ragley in the Vega. Well, that's a Nova. All right, I was given a piece of paper here. It says 990 index NHRA legal super gas race each day. The format, pay $80 a day to get into the races. Race entry, $150 each day. Random pairings 1 through 2. Buybacks after the first round, $50. Total purse split between final 3 or 4 cars, dependent if you buy into the final each day. Split determined by the final 3 racers. Purse size determined by the number of entries and sponsors and buybacks. Contact Lon Wilburn. He's pitted right outside, right down by the grandstands in front of the racetrack. That's where you got to go. If you've got any questions, Lon Wilburn. We got Tony Marciano in the 69 Camaro. Jeff Sherwin in the Charger. See if he's got that straight now. He goes 029 for Jeff. Tom goes 038. Tom goes 9 84 at 134. Jess Sherwin, having all sorts of problems, goes 1468 at 77. Gary Evans in the Camaro. Mitch Gately in the 64 Nova. So just a reminder, next round, we're going to have run for the money. And the second time run. Closest to the dial wins, but you got to buy in $20. Gary Evans, Mitch Gately going down the track right now. Mitch Gately goes 086 on the tree. Gary Evans 429. Mitch treed the heck out of him. Mitch goes 10-10 at 131 to the 10-20 at 128 of Gary Evans. Brian Cam out of Pacifica in the 02 Camaro. And that's not Jorge Valencia in the car. He drives a Chevy Love, and I know it's not. It's broke, so no, that's not him. Anyway, he goes 748 on the tree. He goes 1087 at 96 miles an hour. Brian Cam, 025 on the tree, goes 1247 at 108. Brad McNeil in the 68 Mustang. Dave Dubose in the 70 Roadrunner. All right, we need all juniors, 6 through 12, lanes number 8, 13 through 17, lane number 9. And Brad goes 1102 at 120, Dave 1139 at 117. Once again, Pro ET, you should be in the lanes right now. Lanes 14 and 15. All right, motorcycle, lane number 9. Motorcycle, lane number 9. This is your first call, but we need you to the lanes ASAP. Philip Topping in the Mustang. Mike Ealing in the 65 Hell Camino, as he calls it. And Mike Ealing goes 021 on the tree, goes 1059 at 123. Philip Topping 044 on the tree, goes 1263 at 111. Robert Crum in the 63 Nova. Dave Schaefer in the 66 Mustang. Robert Crum goes 002 on the tree. Hey, he gets a $2 bill and a sticker if he wants it. He goes 1047 at 112. Dave Schaefer, 027 on the tree, goes 1076 at 118. So congratulations to Robert Crum. All right, John Victorino in the 98 S10. He goes 051 on the tree. The Denzel side 010. Denzel side goes 962 at 140, where Victorino goes 1181 at 113. Lala Paravalores in the 66 Nova wagon. Kevin Diadamo in the 03 Corvette. Gonna go at it. I think I get the edge to Kevin over Lala. Well, not much, because Lala's cutting some decent lights lately. I see her here on Wednesday nights all the time. Oh, so let's see what happens. Can Kevin Diadamo tree Lala? Can Lala tree Kevin? And they both go red. Kevin went 005 red to Lala's 018 red. So Kevin got the better of her on that one. Kevin goes 1202 at 112. Lala goes 1204 at 108. Jeff LaSalle in the 69 Dart. Denzel side. Don Morris, the 23T altered. In the O'Reilly lane. Jeff LaSalle goes 005 green. Don Morris in the altered goes 011. He gets there first, 963 at 136, where Jeff LaSalle goes 1272 at 91. Cliff Hall in the 64 Falcon. Gene Friedos in the 57 Chevy 210. Gene gets the better light, 019 to Cliff Hall's 066. Gene goes 891 at 147. Cliff goes, well, something happened to Cliff on that run. He got out of it. He goes 1734 at 44. Let's hope it wasn't anything bad. Don Caesar in the 70, in the Fox Body Mustang. Herb Peterson in the 69 Camaro. Don, he's getting to be a really good all-around drag racer. He used to race bikes, but now he's into cars. Let's see what Don can do on this one. He's got it running two barrels. He disconnected the four barrel. He goes 061 on the tree. Herb Peterson turned on the red light. He goes 121 red to the dark side of the tree. And Herb goes 1059 at 128 to 1143 at 118 of Don Caesar. Ron Porticelli in the 57 Chevy F. And Ron turns on the red light. He goes 368 to the dark side of the tree. The O'Reilly side in the altered goes 064. He goes 918 at 143 to the 1089 of Rich. Bob Beals in the 92 Mustang. Randy Snyder in the 73 Vega. Bob Beals in the Mustang. Randy Snyder in the Vega. Bob Beals goes 004 in the tree. Randy Snyder goes 099. He goes 1038 at 127. Beals goes 1240 at 109. Jay Griner in the 74 Pontiac Ventura. Jonathan Neal in the 70 Challenger. Jay works the lanes here on Wednesday nights. So it's good to see him out in the Pontiac Ventura. He turns on the red light, 005 to the dark side of the tree. Jonathan Knoll goes 072 green. Jay gets there first. He goes 1070 at 122 to 1105 at 123. Hey, Lane Lucas, the fastest barber in the West, goes 068 on the tree, goes 1060 at 125. Norman Bergman goes 083 on the tree, goes 1059 at 124. Denzel Sai goes 096 on the tree, goes 1063 at 123. 212 on the tree, and the Riley lane goes 993 at 138. Hey, we got Craig Merrilies over here in the 70 Camaro going against Marco in the 63, the 2000 GNC Sonoma pickup. All right, Super Pro. This is first call, lanes 14 and 15. 14 and 15 for Super Pro. Motorcycles should be in lane number 9. Juniors should be 6 through 12 should be in lanes 8. 13 through 17 should be in lane number 9. If you're not there, you're late. Marco goes 038 on the tree, goes 1056 at 125. Craig Merrilies goes 059 on the tree, goes 1009 at 129. All right, we're in the junior dragsters now. This is my favorite class, junior dragsters, because it's a new up and coming breed. Here, the next gen of drivers. Okay, we got Blake George in junior dragster going against Bowden Cook out of Novato. Hey, Blake George is out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. He's 10 years old and a student. I used to live in Hidden Valley Lake, so I know where he's coming from. Yeah, it's hot up there, Middletown area. Blake George is 10 years old. Bowden Cook is 11 years old. Once again, Super Pro lanes 14 and 15. Blake George goes 068 on the tree. Bowden Cook goes 102. He goes 932 at 70 for Blake. Bowden goes 886 at 72. We got Zaid Wasu out of Sacramento, the Hot Wheels Racing dragster, going against dragster number 755. Huh? Oh, wait, Super Pro, pull up to the front of the lanes. Pull up to the front of the lanes. All right, Tech is open on the pit road, so everybody knows Tech is open on pit road. All right, we got Wasu in the Hot Wheels racing car. That's a clean little dragster right there. I said I would come by the window. Not bad. Kind of hot wheels. And Zayd turns on the red light, 014 to the dark side of the tree. The O'Reilly lane goes 139 green. And Zayd goes 1212 at 51. The O'Reilly side goes 1428 at 43. We got Haley Miller, 11-year-old student out of Live Oak, California, coming to the lanes. Let's see what Haley Miller can do here. Junior dragsters run 8th mile only. And Haley goes 112 on the tree. She goes 913 at 73 miles an hour. All right, we're into 13 to 17-year-old class of junior dragster. We got Madison Jordan out of Paradise, California, a 13-year-old student, going against dragster number 7257. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to be calling gassers to the lanes momentarily. Gassers, be prepared to come to the lanes. All right, we got a hard press time to get this all done today. We got a lot of cars. Madison Jordan turns on the red light, 081, goes 786 at 81 miles an hour. The Denzel side, 135 on the tree, goes 796 at 82. All right, Delta Gas. This is your first call, lanes 10 and 11. 10 and 11. Charlie Gas, lanes 12 and 13. Once again, Delta Gas, lanes 10 and 11. Charlie Gas, lanes 12 and 13. Denzel side, 197 on the tree, goes 795 at 80 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side, 209 on the tree, goes 820 at 79. Last junior out. And then we'll go on to motorcycles that are waiting to go. So once again, Delta Gas, lanes 10 and 11. This is his first call. Charlie Gas, 12 and 13. So guys, get there and get there now. Okay, dragster number 744 in the O'Reilly lane out of Paradise, California. Is Madison Jordan. And Madison turns on the red light, 050 to the dark side of the tree. And Madison goes 1450 at 44 miles an hour. Here comes motorcycle. We got Trey St. Germain out of San Jose in the 78 Kawasaki Z1R Doug Love out of Nevada in the Bonneville. Trey St. Germain, he showed me that bike that he restored that used to belong to Doug Love. Really nice bike. They dinged him on a car show, gave him 99.5. But then they called him up and said, no, it's a 100-point bike because they should not have dinged him for not resetting the speedometer mileage. So I want to know what Doug Love's face looked like when he saw his old bike restored. Once again, D gas, lanes 10 and 11. C gas, 12 and 13. That's Delta and Charlie gas. Trace goes 111 on the tree. He goes 963 at 130. Doug goes 041 on the tree, goes 1298 at 99. Denzel side goes 473 on the tree. O'Reilly side goes 488. O'Reilly side goes 1116 at 91. Denzel side goes 1452 at 95. Dwayne Jackson, Robinson Racing 2012 Kawasaki. Goes 754 on the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 675. He goes 1123 at 119. Dwayne Jackson goes 1548 at 88 miles an hour. Brad Hawks, last motorcycle out. All right, we're in the Super Pro. David Meyer over there in the Denzel side. Going against the Barracuda in the O'Reilly lane. David Meyer goes 028 on the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 110. This is now 8th mile. So he goes 611 at 115 for David Meyer. The O'Reilly side goes 665 at 104. Robert Bagley out of Oakdale, California, 74 Vega, going against a 55 Chevy. Robert Bagley gets a better light, 026 to the 452. He goes 673 at 106. The Denzel side goes 669 at 103. Eric Wautier in the Vega, Mitch Horton in the Firebird. Eric Wardier goes 030 on the tree. Mick Horton goes 027, goes 636 at 108. Eric goes 596 at 115. Tony Roca in the Camaro. Logan Pagano in my TR7. Let's see if he can get down the track. I told him it's a handful. They're both trying to stage in. Logan's in. All right, Tony's in. Logan pops a big ass wheelie. He goes 002 on the tree. He gets a 002 sticker. He goes 710 at 96. He looks like he let out of it for a little bit there.
Yeah, that's his first time down the track with it, right?
Well, yeah, it hit hard.
Yeah, 002.
002. Tony Roca was 432, goes 732 at 92. Christopher Martin in the Corvette. Christopher Martin goes 057 on tree, goes 653 at 102. The Denzel side goes 717. Robert Crum in the 62 Nova SS. Eric Dukas in the 78 Firebird. Robert Crum goes 016 on the tree. He goes 656 at 104. Eric Dukas goes 036 on the tree. Goes 670 at 99. Zach Ealing driving his dad's Corvette in Super Pro too. Hey. Herc Ursay in the 94 Cavalier. Let's see what Zach can do right now. And Herc turns on the red light, 050 to the dark side of the tree. Zach Ealing, decent light, 040 on the tree, goes 638 at 106. Herc goes 551 at 125. Larry Scarth in the 62 bubble top. John Cavallo in the 67 Camaro. And Larry Scarth goes 034 on the tree. John Cavallo goes 092. He goes 646 at 107 for John. Larry goes 617 at 111. Tim Kohler in the 86 Camaro. Going against the Jeep. Looks like something Mark Sawyer did. Kind of hacked it together. But it looks pretty good. So once again, C gas 12 and 13, D gas 10 and 11. Tim Kohler goes 034 on the tree, goes 531 at 125. The Jeep was 097 on the tree, goes 701 at 94. Jason Vanderpool out of Reading in the dragster. Ty Ross out of Granite Bay in the dragster in the O'Reilly side. So Jason Vanderbilt in the dragster out of Redding, California. Tom Ross in the other dragster out of Granite Bay, California. These should be fairly quick. Todd Ross, 025 on the tree. Jason Vanderbilt, 246. He goes 5 flat at 151 to 493 at 140 of Todd Ross. Bobby Hartshorn out of Orville, California in the dragster in the Denzel side. John Prop out of Auburn in the 2010 Saramonto dragster.
Just say Team Sonoma from 2022. If you have not picked up your team shirts, come to the tower.
All right, Bobby Hartstrom goes 417 at 147. John Prop goes 481 at 142. Robert Butler in the racetrack dragster in the Denzel side out of Citrus Heights, California. George Fromm out of Red Bluff, California in the 2012 Yancer in the O'Reilly lane. Hey, also got some housekeeping to do here. All Team Sonoma members, come to the tower, please. If you haven't got your shirts already, Nick's got them for you here. For 2022, all race team members from 2022, please come to the tower for your shirts from Nick. Robert Butler, he went 053 in the tree, goes 471 at 147. Joe Fromm, 071 on the tree, goes 480 at 144. Byron McCulloch out of Petaluma in the 67 Camaro. All right, Byron McCulloch goes 009 on the tree, goes 658 at 103. The O'Reilly side, 046 on the tree, goes 540 at 128. Terry Sullivan in the 2021 Suncoast Dragster out of Yuba City. Ken McConnell out of Red Bluff in the 2002 U Herod Dragster in the O'Reilly lane. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. B gas, that's B as in boy, lanes 14 and 15. A gas as in alpha gas, lanes 10 and 11. So once again, alpha gas, lanes 10 and 11. B gas, 14 and 15. C gas should be in 12 and 13. D gas should be in 10 and 11. Udo Richter goes 008 on the tree, and Frank the Tank just missed a bond sticker by a thou. He goes 737 at 91. The Denzel side, 719 at 94. All right, Mike Reynolds goes 202 on the tree, goes 658 at 104. Ron Manley, 040 on the tree, goes 728 at 107. Andrew the Kid Olson in the Camaro. I call him that because he doesn't look his age. He looks like a kid. Once again, A gas should be in 10 and 11. B gas 14 and 15. C gas should be in 12 and 13. D gas should be ready to go in 10 and 11. Andrew Olson, 015 on the tree, goes 577 at 120. The Denzel side turns on the red light, 033 to the dark side of the tree, goes 715 at 105. Jay Griner in the Pontiac Ventura. Marco in the dragster. He's got that dragster out today in Super Pro. Let's see what he's going to run. It should be fairly consistent. And Marco goes 001 red. He goes 456 at 154. Jay Griner goes 020 green, goes 672 at 100. Denzel side goes 056 on the tree. O'Reilly side 023. The O'Reilly side goes 6 flat at 125. The Denzel side goes 665 at 104. Craig Merrill's in the 70 Camaro. David Meyer out of Sheridan, California in a 2014 Dragster. Craig Merrill's 078 on the tree. David Meyer 005. He goes 486 at 141, where Craig went 634 at 106. Henry Robertson. That's Henry Robertson in a Pinto. He's used to seeing him in an 84 Mustang, but, you know, he's in a Pinto. Let's see what he can do in this. He's borrowing this car. And Henry goes red, 077 to the dark side of the tree. Denzel side was 019 red 2. Henry goes 673 at 100. The Denzel side goes 751 at 105. Now we're in the D-gas. Den Ficker in the 64 Fairlane Thunderbolt. Harold Binsfield in the 55 Chevy Wagon. This is a 1060 index. Dan goes 050 on the tree. Harold goes 046. So they want to run as close as they can to 10 flat. 1060. 10. Dan goes 1063 at 123. Harold was 11 and change. This is index car racing. That's why it's a 1060 automatic dial. They're qualifying right now. Denzel's side goes 034 to the Riley side's 187. Remember, you want to be close to 1060 without going under. The Denzel side goes 1070 at 123. The O'Reilly side 1063 with a 1 at 124. Dave Sullivan out of Sacramento in the 69 Roadrunner. Frank DeSosa in the 63 Nova out of Santa Clara. Dave Sullivan goes 027 on the tree. Frank goes 031. Remember, they've got to be closest to 1060. Frank goes 1063 at 123. Dave goes 1076 at 123. Norman Bergman in the 66 Mustang. Jarrett Laws in the 63 Nova SS. Jarrett Laws goes 003 on the tree. Norman goes 052. Norman goes too fast, 1055 with a 9 at 124 to the Jarrett Laws, 1083 at 121. Mike Copping in the 65 Mustang. John Bohegian in the 66 Chevelle. Mike Copping goes 009 on tree. John Bohegian goes 032. Mike Copping goes 1056 at 123. John 1062 at 125. Doug Fortiana or Fortian. Oh, I'm having a tough time with that name. In the 48 Anglia, John Burkett in the 63 Nova. That's Ford. Still having problems with that name. And besides that, they're pushing him back. So he's got a problem with the car. Looks like he's not going to make this session. Looks like they're going to put up a little tent for the water box guys. Boy, they got that up quick. Well, we got a downtime here. I like to tell everybody that if you're on the 2022 team, Sonoma, come up to see Nick and get your free, not your free t-shirt, you already paid for it, so get your t-shirt from Nick up here in the tower. Looks like Danny's going to do some dragging on the track here, so we're going to be down for just a little bit. So once again, A gas lanes 10 and 11, B gas 14 and 15. B gas 14 and 15. C gas should be in 12 and 13, ready to go. All right, looks like they got everything cleaned up out there. And we're going to send Doug and John Burkett down the track. And John turned on the red light, 030 to the dark side of the tree. Hey, Doug goes 007 on the tree. That gets him a bond sticker, so if he wants to come and get it, he goes 1060 at 124. John goes 1054 at 128. So, hey, Doug was close. 1060 with a 9 at 124 and a 1060 index. Not bad. John was just a little too quick. It was 1054 at 128. Yeah, a little bit under the 1060 index. Austin goes 019 on the tree in the Nova. He goes 1034, a little too quick at 124. He's got to slow it down on a 1060 index. All right, we're going to change classes here to C gas. And it's 960 index. So they can't run quick at a 960 on qualifying. This is the first of 2 qualifying runs. Denzel side goes 042 on the tree. O'Reilly side goes 162. Denzel side gets there first. Goes 959 with a 6 on a 960 index. Way just a tad too quick. The O'Reilly side goes 950, way too quick on a 960 index. Ken Coombs out of Gold, California in the 67 Camaro. Going to give it a shot at a 960 index. And it looks like Denzel side left before the tree was activated. He does not get a time. And Ken Coombs goes 968 on a 960 index at 140. Lee Roberts in the 41 Ford truck in O'Reilly Lane. Once again, A gas should be in 10 and 11. B gas should be in 14 and 15. All right, Super Comp. This is your first call to the lanes, 12 and 13. Super Comp, lanes 12 and 13. Lee Roberts, just a little too quick. It goes 958 with a 3. The Denzel side had a problem. Issue goes 1534. George Schutz in the 65 Chevelle going against the Barracuda. Remember, this is a 960 index. Denzel side, 091 and 3. George, 051. George goes 968 at 138. Denzel side, just a wee bit too quick, 958 with a 3. John Farrell in the 67 Nova. Ron Coombs in the 67 Corvette Coupe. But all right, Super Comp lanes 12 and 13. Super Gas 14 and 15. Once again, Super Gas lanes 14 and 15. Super Comp lanes 12 and 13. Ron Cruz, nice light, 060 on the tree. He goes 967 at 141. John Farrell was too quick with a 959 with a 0 at 142. Michael Karate in the 70 Nova. Steve Papalas in the 68 Camaro. And that's Steve Papalias in the 68 Camaro. Steve goes 072 on the tree. Michael goes 044. Remember, the reaction times don't matter. It's how close they come to the 960. They both were too quick. 954 for Mike. Steve, 951. Craig Wallace, 27 Model T Ford. Jason Satz does not get a time because he left before the tree was activated. Craig Wallace goes 956, too fast, at 137. Last two cars out in C-Gas. Denzel side, 025 on the tree. O'Reilly side, 123. He goes way too fast, 896 at 151 to the 965 at 101 for the O'Reilly side. All right, now we're in the B gas, 860 index. Ken Sassy in the 70 Nova. The O'Reilly side, a nice looking Camaro. Remember, this is index racing, so you gotta can't run faster than 860 in this class. Ken goes 011 on the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 032. O'Reilly side goes 853 at 161, too quick. Ken goes 871 at 155. Gary Ryan in the 32 Bantam. The O'Reilly lane. It looks like a Camaro. Or it could be a Nova. I think it's a Nova, judging by the tail lights. Once again, Super Gas lanes 14 and 15. Super Comp 12 and 13. That's Super Comp lanes 12 and 13. Super Gas 14 and 15. And Gary Ryan goes 858 with a 5 at 153, too quick. And the Riley side goes 858 with a 5 at 157, too quick. Mike Gillespie, 63 Nova 2. Eric Warner, the 27 altered. Yeah, kind of like those alters. Man, they're cool looking rides. Eric Warner goes 016 on the tree. Mike Gillespie goes 034. He goes 851 too quick on an 860 dial at 158. Eric Warner just missed it, 858 with a 5 at 153. Super Gas, we need you to the lanes, 14 and 15. Super Gas, 14 and 15. Once again, Super Gas, 14 and 15. Carl Weisenhunt in the 64 failing, going against the altered in the O'Reilly lane. Hey, the altered got a great light, 040. Carl Weisenhunt, 080. Carl goes 863 at 155 on an 860 index. And the Riley side in the altered went 885 at 146. Chris Torres in the 68 Camaro going against it looks like a Fiat Torpolino altered in the O'Reilly lane. And the little Fiat goes 100 on the tree. Chris Torres goes 078. Chris Torres goes 884 at 144 to the Fiat's 862 at 151. Richard Zondervan out of San Jose, Taco Bravo 72 Camaro. Well, I'm just reading it. It's a Nova. Well, I gotta say it's Chevelle, judging by the looks of the taillights. Richard Zondervan goes 113 on the tree. He goes 852 on an 860 index. Too quick. 160 miles an hour. All right, that brings us to A-Gas. We got Dave Fuller in the 63 Corvette, 760 index. Mike Mossy in the 69 Camaro. You can't run quicker than 760. Once again, Super Gas, we need you to the lanes 14 and 15. Super Gas, lanes 14 and 15.
All right, Summit Racers, here's how the second time trial is going to work. There is an optional run for the money. It is not mandatory. It is an optional run for the money. You're all getting a second time trial. However, if you'd like to participate, put a dial on your car and bring $20 with you down to the staging lanes. So the run for the money is optional. You're all getting a second time trial, but if you'd like to participate in the run for the money, bring $20 down with you. Put a dial in on your car. Closest to the dial will get the money. Reaction time is the tiebreaker. Half of the money goes to you, the racer, if you win. The other half of the money goes to our good friends at Top Gun Drag Strip in Fallon, Nevada, to help them with their repairs after their double 2-in-a-row 50-year storms. So please help us support a good cause and keep another D7 track open. We're hoping for a big turnout for that run for the money on the second qualifier in the Summit categories. Thank you.
All right, now that is going to happen on the next time run here. It's optional, like Nick said, but here's the kicker. It is per class, Sportsman, Super Pro, and Pro. Each one goes against their class. So if you run for the money is class optional. Weasel Anders goes 767 on a 760 index. Denzel Side goes 002 on the tree. Hey, he gets a 002 sticker if he wants. Cliff Boyles goes out of Rancho Cordova and the Studebaker. Steve Kiefer out of Discovery Bay in the 67 Nova. All right, we're going to need junior dragster 6 through 12 in lane number 8 and 13 through 17 lane number 9. Once again, junior dragsters, we're calling you to the lanes 6 through 12, lane number 8, 13 through 17, lane number 9. All right, once again, junior dragsters, this is your first call to the lanes. We need all 6 through 12-year-olds, 13 through 17-year-olds, lanes 8 and 9. That's 6 through 12-year-olds in lanes 8, 13 through 17-year-olds in lane number 9. We need you to the lanes soon as possible. This is our last A-gas car out, and then we're going to be into Super Comp. All right, the last A-gas car goes 762 at 183 on a 760 index. He was 085 on the tree. Now brings us Super Gas, Brian Webcam in the dragster in the Denzel side. Angelo Stanton Jr. in the 96 Victory dragster. Look at a big block Chevy. Let's see if Brian can get this dragster down the track. He goes 021 on the tree. Angelo Stanton Jr. goes 022 on the tree. Not bad on lights. Brian Cam goes 885 at 172 to the 904 at 159 for Angelo Stanton Jr. Glenn Kern out of Modesto in the 99 Yancer dragster. Jim Williams out of San Rafael in the 93 Yancer dragster. And Bob Van Propping goes 348 on the tree, goes 859 at 184. Adam Libator left before the tree was activated. Glenn Kern out of Modesto in the 99 Yancer dragster. Jim Williams out of San Rafael in the 93 Yancer dragster. It looks like they both left before the tree was activated. They don't get no times, Glenn Kern or Jim Williams. So that was a wasted pass for them. Ray Lillard in the 0-2 Worthy dragster out of Discovery Bay. This is the 898 index. Well, the 890 index, Super Comp. Doesn't matter in your lights. Matters on the times. He goes 872 on an 890 index, too quick. Ray Lillard goes 890 with a 2 to take the number 1 spot in qualifying for Super Comp. Les Metsuskato out of Honolulu, Hawaii. Man, that's a far trip for a race here at Sonoma Raceway, Honolulu, Hawaii. Wow. Once again, junior dragsters. We need all junior dragsters to the lanes. 6 through 12-year-olds in lane number 8, 13 through 17-year-olds in lane number 9. We need you there as soon as possible, like now. And the Denzel side goes 944 on an 890 index. Les goes 9 flat on an 890 index at 170 and 183. Wayne Newman out of Lancaster in a 94 Chevrolet. Ted Van Mitty III in the 2000 Worthy Dragster, San Geronimo, California. And Wayne Newman goes 002 on the tree, so he gets a sticker and a $2 bill if he wants. Come up and see me. He goes 881 at 163 on an 890 index, too quick. Ted Van Mitty III goes 895 at 168. 027 on the tree. Once again, junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes. 6 through 12-year-olds in lanes 8 and 13 through 17-year-olds, lane number 9. All right, the Denzel side goes 004 in the tree, and I missed that one. Chuck Babcock out of Yorba Linda, California, in the 2009 Mullis Dragster goes 016 on the tree. Denzel side goes 002 on the tree, goes 895 at 165 on the 890 index. So the Denzel side gets a $2 bill and a 00 sticker if he wants to come up and see me. Chuck Babcock goes 016 on the tree, goes 897 on an 890 index at 168. Adam Hicks out of Nevada City in the 2015 Dragster. He goes 054 in the tree, the O'Reilly side 003. He goes 880 at 164. Adam Hicks goes 891 at 181. Bo Hicks, Denzel side out of San Carlos in the 2008 Worthy Dragster. The O'Reilly side, no name. From that family of not on file. The family of knots. Bo Hicks goes 038 on the tree. The O'Reilly side 021. The O'Reilly side goes 889 on an 890 index, too quick. Bo Hicks goes 890 with a 4 at 179. Hey, not bad, Bo Hicks. Now we're in the super gas. Super gas. 990 index. We got Lon Wilburn out of San Bruno in the 76 Mustang. Gregory Harrison out of Livermore. Harrison's Customs. 03 Corvette Roadster. This is a 990 index. You can't run faster than 990. That's what they're trying to do. Get as close as they can without going under. And Lon Wilburn, 002 on the tree. He gets a $2 bill and a sticker if he wants. Gregory Harrison, 020 on the tree, goes 987. Too quick at 160. Lon Wilburn goes 992. Just misses it. Goes 137. Dennis Paz out of Stockton in the 41 Willys. Ron Kelly Jr. out of San Leandro in the 67 Nova SS. Dennis is really good at this racing. It seems like he always wins. He goes 008 on the tree. Ron Kelly goes 009. He goes 990 with a 9, does Dennis Paz. He's really on it. Ron Kelly Jr., not bad, 991 at 144. All right, Sportsman. All right, Sportsman, lanes 14 and 15. Sportsman, lanes 14 and 15. Nick's going to come around and ask you guys for 20 bucks if you want to do run for the money. Winner gets half. Top Gun gets half. Bob Heffley in the 02 Corvette out of Napa, California, in the Denzel side. So once again, Sportsman lanes 14 and 15. If you want to do run for the money, Nick's going to come around and collect $20 from you. You got to put your dial on your car, and we'll put it in the computer, and we'll see how close you come to it, and the tiebreaker is reaction time. Heffley goes perfect, double trip zip. He goes 998 at 159. So Bob Heffley, our first trip zip of the day. And he gets to come up and get a sticker. Ted Seipel goes 003 red in the Ferrari. He goes 985 on a 990 index, too quick. The O'Reilly side, 967 on a 990 index at 142, way too quick. Dave Cook in the 55 Thunderbird out of Burlingame. Kim Will out of Santa Cruz. Dave Cook goes 004 in the tree. Kim Will goes 022. Kim Will goes 991 on the 990 index. Dave Cook in the T-Bird slowed to a 1449, way too slow at 60 miles an hour. So once again, Sportsman lanes 14 and 15. Sportsman lanes 14 and 15. If you want to do run for the money, you see Nick. He'll give him $20. And winner gets half the money, and the other half's going to Top Gun Speedway to help them out and getting back from the two devastating storms that they had. O'Reilly side, 021 on the tree goes 895 on a 990 index. Way too fast. That brings us to the next round of junior dragsters. All right, Sportsman should be in lanes 14 and 15. Sportsman should be in lanes 14 and 15. See Nick, give him $20 if you want to do run for the money. Winner gets half, Top Gun gets half. Tiebreaker is reaction time. All right, trophy, lanes 9 and 10. Trophy, 9 and 10. That's trophy, lanes 9 and 10. All right, lane correction for trophy, lane 9 only, lane 9 only. Trophy, lane 9 only. Okay, we got Brody George and Haley Miller going at it. The 11-year-old Haley Miller, 11-year-old student. Brody George, a 7-year-old student in Hidden Valley Lake, California. And Haley Miller out of Live Oak, California. Brody George goes 065 on the tree. Haley Miller goes 062. Haley gets there first, 9:18 at 70 miles an hour. Brody George, 14:23 at 44. Last car out in the 13, no, the 6-year-old to 12-year-old class in junior dragster. Bowden Cook out of Nevada. And Bowden Cook goes 100 on the tree. He goes 888 at 72 miles an hour. And that'll conclude the 6 to 12-year-old class. And the O'Reilly side, well, it gets a 741 light. Oh, he's 5-year-old, so that's why he's running a single. And he goes 14:56 at 44 miles an hour. Not bad for a 5-year-old. All right, now we're in 13 to 17-year-old class. Madison Jordan out of Paradise, California, 13-year-old student in the Denzel side. Let's see what Madison can do and the O'Reilly side can do. They only run an 1/8 mile, but it just takes a little time for them to go all the way up the track. Nice light in the O'Reilly side, goes 040 on the tree. Madison Jordan turns on the red light, 050 to the dark side of the tree, goes 788 at 82 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 787 at 83 miles an hour. Grant Willison in the O'Reilly side, a 14-year-old student out of Eureka, California. Isabella out of Eureka, California is a 14-year-old student. Isabel Fuente Zitto in the Denzel side. And Grant Williams over in the O'Reilly side. These are our last two junior dragsters, followed out by Sportsman. And Grant Williamson goes 092 on the tree. Isabella Fuentes Zito goes 186 on the tree. Grant Williamson gets first, goes 786 at 81 miles an hour. Isabella goes 809 at 82 miles an hour. All right. Now we're going to be into sportsmen. Once again, trophy, lanes 9 and 10. I mean, lane number 9. Trophy, lane number 9. That's trophy in lane number 9. Sportsman coming at you. We got Brian Cam, Big Bad Brad Bowen. They both got dials on their car, so let's see who runs closest. All right, Brian Cam says he's going to run 12:49. Big Bad Brad says he's going to run 12:34. Remember, this is run for the money. Remember, reaction times don't count. They do count. If there's a tie, that's how we're going to judge it. But it doesn't matter. Hey, Brian Camp, 002 on the tree, so he gets a $2 bill and a sticker. Big Bad Brad, 050 on the tree. And he goes 1245 with a 7. Brian Cam goes 1250 on a 1249 dial. Not bad. Brian Cam, your clubhouse leader with 1250. All right, Joey Maple says he's going to run 1387. He goes 040 on the tree, do Riley side 550. All right, Pro ET, 10 and 11. Pro ET, 10 and 11. Joey Maples goes 1393, and he guessed 1387. He was not bad off. The O'Reilly side was 006 on the tree, goes 1265 at 112. Bill Taggart goes 006 on the tree. He goes 1782 at 78 miles an hour. Andrew Earl, 146 on the tree. He goes 1236 at 107. David Owens predicts he's going to run 1174. That's what he says he's going to run. Let's see how close he comes to the 1174 dial. Final call, sportsman, lane number 14 and 15. Final call. If you're not there, you're square. If you're not there, you're not going to make a hit, as Eric told me. David Owens going to try to get to 1174, goes 1180 at 115. The side goes 1490 at 93. Ryan Alusa predicts he's going to run a 1322. John Terry predicts he's going to run a 1254. If anybody can run a 1322, it's Ryan Haluska. He's got that car pretty well dialed in. He goes 043 in the tree. John Terry goes 062. And Ryan Haluska goes 1323 with a 9 on 1322 dial. I think he's going to be close to being a clubhouse leader. I know Brian Cam was faster, but John Terry goes 1252 on a 1254 dial. Walter Withy dialed in at 1280. Logan Pagano 1229. Logan pulling double duty in Sportsman and Super Pro today. He goes 053 on the trio, does Logan. Walt goes 292. Let's see how close that Logan can come to that 1229 dial. He goes 1229 with a 7 to take the clubhouse lead. Wow. Not bad for Logan. 1229 with a 7. He's got to be close to taking the money. Don Hensley, 066 on the tree. Udo Richter was red by 018. Let's see what Udo Richter can run a 1176. He goes 1174 on a 1167 dial. Don Hensley goes 1473. Too quick on a 1476 dial. Leila Peralores dialed in at 1203. The O'Reilly side dialed in at 1257. Now again, this is run for the money. This session, that's why you're hearing me announce times. Lola turns on the red light. O'Reilly side goes 078 green. Lola goes 1204 with an 8 on a 1203. Still Logan got the closest time. Dead on 7. The Riley side goes 1262 on a 1257 dial. Kevin Diadamo. Greg Rudd. Greg Rudd dialed in at 1298. Still Logan Pagano with a 1229 with a 7. Man, he was dialed in on that one. Kevin Diadamo goes 1208 at 111. Greg Rudd goes 044 and a 3, goes 1309 on a 1298 dial. Todd Pros over there near Riley Lane, the Denzel side. No name, but it's a beautiful looking Roadrunner. Hemi orange. Cool car. Todd Pros goes 279 on the tree. The Denzel side 008. I mean, this is the bond sticker by a thou. Denzel side goes 1176 at 115. Todd Pros goes 1719 at 74 miles an hour. Philip Topping dialed in at 1262. Jeff LaSalle dialed in at 1258. Let's see if they can take that away from Logan. They got to go dead on 7 or 6 or better. Philip Topping goes 065 on the tree. Jeff LaSalle 028. Remember, you got to go dead on 6 or better. Jeff LaSalle goes 1261 on a 1258 dial. Philip Topping goes 1264 on a 1262 dial. Still Logan Pagano with the best time of the session. Scott McKenna dialed in 1150. The O'Reilly side. I guess that's Carlos Hilson dialed in at 1235. 048 on the tree for Carlos. Scott McKenna goes 035 red. Like I said, doesn't matter on reaction times. He goes 1151 with a 9 on 1150 dial. Not good enough. 1265 on a 1235 dial for Carlos Hilson. DeAndre Fitzgerald. Mike Holland dialed in at 1237 in the O'Reilly side. And he goes 1294 at 107 on a 1237 dial. DeAndre Fitzgerald goes 19 flat at 75. Richard Horty dialed in at 1256. Mark Chansey goes dialed in at 1161. Fury versus Charger. Let's see if there anybody going to take it away from Logan Pagano. Rich Hardy goes 050 on the tree. Mark Chansey 051. And Mark Chansey goes 1164 and 1161 dial. Rich Hardy goes 1261 on a 1256 dial. Matt Woodard, last one out in Sportsman. Then we're going to be following up with Glenn Kern in the dragster, taking a hit on the tree. Matt Woodard goes 1267 at 105. So my estimation, the winner of that round, run for the money, was Logan Pagano in the Corvette. He went 1229 with a 7, dead on 7 on a 1229 dial. According to my calculations, I could be wrong, but I think I'm right. So Logan Pagano takes the win, I believe, in Run for the Money. And Glenn Kern goes 894 at 170, was 068 on the tree. Which brings us now to trophy class. These guys aren't running for money, they're running for trophy. All right, you got Drew Keeler. He red lighted to O'Reilly side. 045 on the tree, 1267 dial. He goes 1268 with a 1 at 105. Drew Keeler goes 1764 at 77. Paul Rila in the 08. Oh, that's not a Corvette. Well, I don't know what that is, but that's not a Corvette. It's I believe a little tiny car. He was 294 on the tree. The O'Reilly side 507 on the tree. He goes 1287 at 108. Paul Rila goes 1398 at 100. Now that brings us to Pro ET. It's still trophy class. Wow. The O'Reilly side dialed in at 1090. The O'Reilly side goes 080 on the tree. Let's see how close he can come to that 1090 estimate that he put on his window. He goes 1085 breakout, 130. John Contreras, 95 Pontiac. Going against Camaro in the O'Reilly lane. And Contreras goes 1034 at 136. Sean Owens in the 66 Coronet goes 034 on the tree. The O'Reilly side 056. He goes 1173 at 115 to Sean Owens. The O'Reilly side 1486 at 93. All right, we're back in the Pro ET. We got Jeff Sherwin dialed in. No, don't dial in for Jeff Sherwin, but Scott Weigert dialed in at 1020 in the Duster. He goes 059 on the tree. He goes 1032 on a 1020 dial. He is your clubhouse leader. Motorcycles, lane number 9. Motorcycles, lane number 9. Christopher Martin in the Denzel side in the 07 Corvette, the O'Reilly side, a Mustang. All right, we got Big Bad Brad Bowen dialed in at 1247. Zach Ealing and the 91 Corvette in the O'Reilly lane. Let's see how Big Bad Brad can come to 1247. Zach Ealing goes 029 on the tree. Hey, check out Big Bad Brad. He goes dead on 8. 1247 with an 8 for Big Bad Brad in Pro ET. Takes the clubhouse lead for the run for the money. Big Bad Brad. Big Bad Brad goes dead on 7. Mitch Gately goes dead on 9. There's 2, Mitch Gately and Big Bad Brad. All right, Jonathan Knoll dialed in at 11 flat. Doug Schaefer dialed in at 1076. All right, Brad McNeil, dialed in 11 flat, run for the money. All right, motorcycle, lanes number 9, Super Pro. Need you to lanes 14 and 15. Super Pro, lanes 14 and 15. John Victorino dialed in 1183. Robert Ragley dialed in at 1022. Robert Ragley goes 1043 on a 1022. John Victorino 1187 on 1183. Craig Merrilees in the Camaro dialed in at 1007. And Craig Merrilees goes 1011 on a 1007 dial at 129. Don Ficker, 1060 dial in the 64 Thunderbolt. The O'Reilly side, 960. $958 for the O'Reilly side, too quick on 960 dial. Dan Fichter, 1062 on a 1060 dial. What do you run? Huh? Rich Pacelli in the O'Reilly lane. 57 Chevy going against a 55 Chevy. Once again, Super Pro, we need you in lanes 14 and 15. Motorcycles, you should be in lane number 9. Rich Pacelli goes 322 on the tree. The 55 Chevy in the Denzel side goes 315. He goes 1042 at 127. Rich Pacelli 1058 at 127. All right, Don Caesar dialed in at 1142. Tony Marciano dialed in at 985. And Tom Marciano goes 006 on 3. Don Caesar 034. Let's see how close they can run to that dial. Tom Marciano goes 989 on a 985 dial. Don Caesar 1144 and 1142. Not good enough still. The clubhouse lead, Big Bad Brad. Ray Lucas, in Denzel side, Ryan Haluska dialed in at 1323. And Ryan goes 1331 on a 1323 dial. Ray Lucas went 1065 at 124. Denzel side, card number E756X, dialed in at 1162. Hey, look at that. Denzel side goes 001, Nick Giacomi goes 017. And he goes, Denzel side goes breakout 1067 on a 1062. Goes 1162 on a, and you dialed in a 1060. He went 1067 on 1162 dial for breakout. All right, Dave DeBose dialed in at 1139. Herb Patterson dialed in at 1060. And Dave DeBose goes 1144 and 1139 dial. Herb Patterson broke out 1034 and a 1060. Brian Cam dialed in at 1250 in the Camaro. Bob Beals in the 92 Mustang. Brian Cam goes 1253 on a 1250 dial. Bob Beals goes 1284 at 109. Kevin Diadamo dialed in at 1208. The Denzel side dialed in at 919. You got to do better than dead on 8. Denzel side 026 green, Kevin Diadamo 023 red. Denzel side breaks out 917 on a 919 dial. And 1212 on a 1208 dial for Kevin Diadamo. Robert Crum 1049 dial. David Meyer 1050 dial. Yeah, this is a thou off. Remember, half the money goes to the racers, half the money goes to Top Gun. Robert Crum goes 004 red, David Meyer 003 green. He breaks out 951 on a 1050 dial. Robert Crum goes 1053 on a 1049 dial. Mike Ealing dialed in at 1060 in the 65 Hell Camino. If there's anybody can take it away from Big Bad Brad, it's Mike. Mike Ealing turns on the red light, 001. The Riley side, 019 green. Let's see how Mike can come to that 1060 dial. He goes 1058 with a 5 breakout on a 1060 dial. O'Reilly side goes 1178 at 115. Jay Griner dialed in at 1071. Philip Topping dialed in at 1263. Jay Griner, 019 on a tree. Philip Topping, 058. Let's see how close Jay can come to that 1071 dial. He goes 1072 at 122. Just misses that 1071. Philip Topping goes 1268 on a 1263. Gary Evans, Denzel side. Norman Bergman, dial in at 1059. Once again, half the money goes to the racers, half the money goes to Top Gun Drag Strip in Fallon, Nevada. Norman goes 027 on the tree. Gary goes 058. Norman goes 1057 with a 9 on a 1059 dial. Gary Evans 1034 at 127. All right, Cliff Hall goes 039 on the tree. Riley side goes 048. Cliff Hall goes 1046 at 127. The Riley side goes 993 at 139. All right, Randy Snyder dialed in at 1029 in the Vega. Rich Hardy in the Charger. Double red lights. Randy Snyder goes 035 red. He goes 1040 on a 1029 at 127. Rich Hardy goes 1291 at 107. Jeff LaSalle dialed in at 1260 in the dart. Don Morris in the 23T altered. If anybody can take it away from you is Jeff LaSalle. All right, Marco dialed in at 1058. Paul Rond. Paul Roland already dialed in at 1079. Marco 042 on the tree. Paul 102 red. Marco breaks out. He goes 1054 and 1058. Paul goes 1085 at 120. Lola Pervalores dialed in at 1206. Ron Nichols in the O'Reilly lane. Lola in the 66 Nova wagon. She's good. She can take it away from you, Big Bad Brad. Lola goes 030 on the tree. Ron Nichols goes 015 red. Ron Nichols goes 1094 at 121. Lola goes 1212, misses at 1206 style. Henry Roberson dialed in at 1070. All right, D gas. We need you in lanes 10 and 11. C gas 12 and 13. Once again, D gas 10 and 11. C gas, as in Charlie, 12 and 13. And Henry Roberson breaks out. He goes 1037 on a 1070 dial, 026 on the tree. So if my calculations are right, Big Bad Brad went dead on 8. And Miss Gately went dead on 9. Just to give you an idea how close it was. So Big Bad Brad takes the win in the Pro ET. Now we're back in the motorcycle. Doug Love goes 055 on the tree. Riley side goes 446. Riley side goes 1098 at 129 to Doug Love's 1304 at 101. Dwayne Jackson out of Oakland in the 2012 Kawasaki. All right, we're going to do the motorcycle a little check prep here. So all you guys that are up there in the lanes, shut them off for Super Pro. Trey Saint Germain goes 057 on tree, goes 961 at 135. Denzel side 198 on the tree, goes 981 at 146. And Brad Hawks goes 135 on the tree, goes 971 at 144. So I guess with my calculations, Big Bad Brad took pro on Run for the Money. Logan Pagano went dead on 7 in Sportsman for Run for the Money. And now we're going to see what Super Pro does. All right, looks like we did a little track prep on there. So we're going to be ready for Super Pro coming to the lines.
Oh, he didn't dial.
Huh?
Yeah, he did. 701.
All right, we got Logan Pagano dialed in at 701 in the TR7. Christopher Martin in the 07 Corvette in the opposite lane. All right, let's see how close Logan comes to the 701 dial he put on my TR7. I told him 704. Big Bad Brad picked 702. 704 with a 2. I picked 703 with a 1. Let's see how close we are to this one being right. Logan, 023 on the tree. He goes 835
Wow.
at 64 miles an hour. Looks like he shut it down.
There you go. Well, we're both wrong.
We're both wrong. And Logan was way off too.
Hey, the funny thing is, I was still close.
We got Todd Ross dialed in at 496. John Prop dialed in at 483. Remember, half the money goes to the racers, half the money goes to Top Gun and Fallon, Nevada.
There it is.
Huh?
Dead on 2.
All right, Todd Ross goes dead on to 496 with a 2. That leaves no wiggle room. Well, it leaves a bit of wiggle room on it of, dead on or .01. So Todd Ross, your clubhouse leader with a dead on 2. Andrew Olson dialed in at 578. Mitch Horton dialed in at 624. Andrew goes 579 on a 578. Mitch Horton goes 625 on a 624. John from 480 dial. Eric Wardier dialed in at 595. And Eric Warrior goes Bond. He goes 007 on the tree. Goes 595 with a 1. Takes it away from Todd Pros. So Eric Warrior is your clubhouse leader with a dead on 1. So Eric Warrior leaves a little wiggle room. You have to be dead on 0 to take the win. And Cavallo dialed in at 649, goes 653 at 106. Darren Friedoff dialed in at 920. Robert Bagley dialed in at 675. And he goes 590, 569 breakout on a 920 dial. Robert Bagley goes 676 on a 675. Ryan Manley dialed in at 730. John Murphy dialed in at 550. Remember, this is run for the money. Murphy, capable of running that 550 number. Manley goes 036 on the tree. Murphy goes 028. John Murphy breaks out 547 on a 550. Ryan Manley goes 727 on a 730. Rob Dayton, 719 dial. Ray Scarth, the 62 Bel Air. Rob Dayton, 025 on the tree. Larry Scarth, 047. He goes 618 at 110. Rob Dayton goes 725 on a 719 dial. Rob Knowles, 643 dial. Tony Roca dialed in at 705. Rob Knowles goes 009. Tony Roca, 339. Rob Knowles goes 648 on a 643. Tony Roca, 684. Breakout on a 705. Herc Ursay, dialed in at 535. Bobby Hartshorn, dialed in at 472. All right, final call, Super Pro, lanes 14 and 15. If you're not there, you're square, and you won't get a time run. D-Gas, final call, 10 and 11. C-Gas, 12 and 13. And Bobby Hartshorn goes 473 on a 472. Herc Ursay goes 544 on a 535. Udo Richter dialed in at 738. Ken McConnell dialed in at 497. If anybody can do it, Udo Richter can go dead on 0. Let's see what he does. He goes 739 on a 738 dial. Ken McConnell goes 498 on a 497. He was 002 on the tree, so Ken McConnell gets a $2 bill and a sticker. Tim Kroller dialed in at 534. Jason Vanderpool dialed in at 454. Sounds like a big block Chevy.
Yep.
Tim Kroller goes 005 on the tree. Jason Vanderpool goes 034 red. He goes 452 on a 454 dial. Breakout. Tim Kroller goes 531 on a 534 breakout. Terry Sullivan dialed in at 543. Nick Giacomi in the 71 Cornet. And Terry Sullivan goes dead on one to take, to tie Eric Wardier. It all depends on reaction time. So Terry Sullivan goes dead on one. So did Eric Wardier. That depends on reaction times. Brian Bassart goes 5:41. Robert Butler didn't get a time. All right, B gas lanes 14 and 15. Huh? Yeah, that's what I said. B. All right, B gas, as in boy, lanes 14 and 15. A gas, we're calling you to the lanes too. We're gonna stack you behind B gas. All right. So A gas and B gas to the lanes, 14 and 15. Once again, B gas and A gas, lanes 14 and 15. Oh, Zach Layton goes dead on 4, but it's not good enough because we have 2 dead on 1s. We don't have any perfect. We don't have any dead on 0s. So Zach Ealing, Jeff Bassard dialed in at 579. O'Reilly dialed in at 716. And we got Jeff Bassard goes dead on 5, not good enough. You got to be trip zip or better. I mean, dead on 0 or that's it. You can't take it away from Eric Wartier or Terry Sullivan. It all depends on who had the better reaction time. Mike Reynolds, 658 dial. Jay Griner over there in the Riley lane. Mike Reynolds, 042 on the tree. Jay Griner, 019 on the tree. Mike Reynolds goes 657 with a 4. Just misses a perfect run by 6 thou. Jay Griner goes 675 at 100. David Meyer, 485 dial. And the Corvette from the famous family of not on file in the Denzel side. David Meyer, 014 on tree, goes 487 on a 485 dial. The Denzel side went 602 at 135. Don Morris in the 73 Camaro, the Riley side, a dragster. Again from that famous family of not on file. So if if you're in the run for the money, you gotta, and Super Pro, you gotta go perfect, dead on. You can't do anything but. You can go 0-1, but you gotta remember, reaction time matters. And Don Morris goes 735 at 95. The Riley side went 622 at 137. Marco dialed in at 457. Craig Merrilees in the 78 Camaro. And Marco turns on the red light, 016 to the dark side of the tree. Craig Merrilees goes 023. Green, he goes 633 at 106. Marco was 458 on a 457 with a 3. Steve Allenchek, Allenach, 652 dial in the 70 Mach 1. Okay, the last one out in Super Pro. He's dialed in at 652 and does not get a time just before the tree was activated. So that means that Eric Wattier or Terry Sullivan both went dead on one. It does. It comes down to reaction time, which I did not write down. So we've just got to figure out what the reaction time was. All right, we're in the D gas. 1060 index. Frank DeSalsa goes 1064 on a 1060 index. Dan Fickner goes 1063 on a 1060 dial. John Bohegian, number 2 qualifier at the moment. Mike Coping, number 10 qualifier. John Bohegian goes 1065 at 125. Mike Coping goes 1582 at 73. Dave Sullivan in the O'Reilly lane, Denzel side, not on file. Hey, he's a number 3 qualifier anyway. He went 1063 last time out. All right, Super Comp, we need you in lanes 10 and 11. Super Comp, lanes 10 and 11. All right, we got Jarrett Laws over here in the 63 Nova SS, your number 8 qualifier. And the Riley side, your number 7 qualifier so far. Final call for B-Gas. Should be in the lanes 14 and 15. All right, Jared Laws, your number 8 qualifier goes 1088 at 121. O'Reilly side, number 7 qualifier goes 1076.
All right, guys, we've got our Run for the Money winners. Your Sportsman Run for the Money winner, Logan Pagano. Your Pro Run for the Money winner, Bad Brad Bowen. Your Super Pro Run for the Money winner, Eric Wattier. Junior 6 to 12, the winner was Haley Miller. Junior 13 to 17 was Isabella Fuentes Zissel. So come on up to the tower, claim your money. Guys, we raised $950 for Fallon and Team Top Gun this weekend with the Run for the Money. Thank you so much for your contributions. It's going to go to help them make their repairs after that big storm. Back to Gary.
All right, Super Comp, lanes 10 and 11. Super Comp, lanes 10 and 11. All right, we got Ron Coombs in the Denzel side. He goes 028 on the tree in the Corvette Coupe. He goes 962. Number 4 qualifier. He moves up on that one. 957 breakout in the Riley lane. Ken Coombs out of Gulf, California in the 67 Camaro. Number 6 qualifier. The Riley side left too soon. Does not get a time. And he goes 9:15 at 141. There's Ken Coombs. Denzel side, number 14 qualifier with 908 on a 960. Ken Kodati, 70 Nova, number 12 qualifier with a 954 last time out. And Michael Kodati goes 959 with an 8 on a 960 index. Too quick. Denzel side goes 968 at 137. Hey, he got it in a 960 index. Steve Papawalas, 960 index. Goes 002 on the tree. He gets a $2 bill and a sticker if he wants. He goes 959 at 143. Just a bit too quick. And so car in the Riley lane went 961 on a 960 down. Hey, pretty damn close. All right, we're in the C gas. Still 960 index. Craig Wallace and John Farrell. Now, reaction times do not matter in this. He goes 961 at 137 on a 960 index. John Farrell goes 933, way too fast. Jason Stats, 68 Nova. All right, we need to see the following people up here in the tower to get the money from Run for the Money. Logan Pagano for Sportsman, Eric Wattier for Super Pro, Haley Miller for the 6 through 12-year-old junior dragsters. So those are people we need to see in the tower as soon as possible. Jason Stats, 68 Nova. All right, we're into B gas. Gary Ryan. This is an 860 index, 32 Bantam. He's your number 7 qualifier so far. Denzel side, the number 6 qualifier. All right, Super Gas, we need you in lanes 12 and 13, Super Comp, 10 and 11. Once again, Super Comp, 10 and 11, Super Gas 12 and 13. And Gary Ryan, he goes 863 on a 860 index to move up from the number 7 qualifier. Denzel's side, he went 854 on an 860 index. Mike Gillespie dialed in, well, 860 index, 63 Nova. He's your number 11 qualifier, going against the number 8 qualifier. And Mike should move up from the number 11 with an 867.
Yes, I have. 12 and 13.
All right, Super Gas, Super Gas. We need you to lanes 12 and 13. Super Comp 10 and 11. Once again, Super Gas 12 and 13. Super Comp 10 and 11. And Chris Torres goes 890 on an 860 dial, too quick. I mean, no, not too quick. A little bit too slow, but he should move up in the from number 7 qualifying with that run. Richard Zondervan goes 876 on an 860 index, too fast. Ken Sassy, 70 Nova. Eric Warner, the 27 altered. Ken Sassy goes 855, a little too quick. Eric Warner goes 861. He ought to move up. Carl Weisenhunt, number 5 qualifier, with an 863. All right, we got a 57 Chevy up here. Going to do a pass. Oh, did you? How many people am I short? That's Eric Wautier. All right. And the 57 Chevy goes 029 on the treaty. Riley side 470. He goes 674 at 102 with a 57 Chevy goes 453 at 155. Are these this time only? All right, I got a happy birthday to wish somebody out there, Audrey Rubio Ribeiro, 62 today. So happy birthday to you from all the people at Sonoma Raceway. All right, and that brings us to A gas. Yep, that's what we're into right now, A gas. We got Steve Kiefer. This is a 760 index. Weasel Anders in the 67 Nova. Hey, they're both 67 Novas. What do you know? Steve Kiefer, your number 6 qualifier. Weasel Anders, your number 3 qualifier. All right, Steve Kiefer, Weasel Anders, both in 67 Novas. Weasel Anders, 036 on the tree. Steve Kiefer, 084. Weasel Anders goes 755 on a 760 index. Way too quick, but he got a 767 for number 3 qualifier. Steve Kiefer had a problem. He went 11 of 40 at 77. Cliff Boyles in the 53 Studebaker. Dave Fuller in the 63 Corvette. These are a lot of fun to watch. This class, A-Gas, a lot of fun. Not as fun as what we're going to have later on for you guys. Pro Mods, A-Fuel, Nostalgia Eliminator. I mean, we got a bunch of stuff for you in the second half today. Cliff Boyles goes 060 on the tree. Dave Fuller 052. Dave Fuller 759 breakout on a 760. He went 759 with a 5. He just missed it. Cliff Boyles goes 761 with a 6 at 178. Last 2 cars out in A-Gas. We're going to follow that up with Super Comp. For their second qualifying attempt. And Denzel side goes 033. Hey, Ryan side went 033 too. He goes 793 with a 2 on a 760 index. The Riley side goes 761. Should move up on from the number 3 qualifier. All right, now we're in the Super Comp. Brian Cam out of Pacifica. Jim Williams out of San Rafael. He's a 59-year-old diesel tech in the O'Reilly lane. Brian Cam goes 024 in the tree. Jay Williams goes 094. Brian Cam goes 888 at 174 to the 892 at 171 of Jim Williams. Chad Simonton out of Galt. And Scott Thompson out of Lincoln. These are all dragsters in this class, so I'm not going to get which one it is because I don't have to. But Chad, he's got the dragster in the Denzel side. Scott, he's got the one in the O'Reilly lane. Scott Thompson turns on the red light. He goes 003 red. Hey, Chad goes 007. He went bond, so if he wants, he can get a bond sticker. He goes 892 at 175 to Scott's 890 at 170. Trent Flores out of Hanford. Ray Lillard out of Discovery Bay in the O'Reilly side. And both go red, 032 to 006. And Trent goes 895 at 166. Ray goes 904 at 159. Wayne Newman out of Lancaster. Wayne and Dave's Automotive. Les Masakito out of Honolulu, Hawaii. Man, that is a long trip to get here. Wonder how he got the car here. Must have been by boat. Les goes 016 on the tree. Wayne goes 074. Wayne gets there first. He goes 885 at 163. Les must have had a problem because he went 1021 at 97. Ted Van Mitty III out of San Geronimo, California. Dan Hall out of Redwood City. He's a 58-year-old hot rod builder. Wow, imagine that. Somebody who works on cars, drives a dragster. Oh, because it looks like something happened to Dan Hall's car. They're backing him out. So we'll hope he can make it back for the first round. Ted Van Mitty III goes 078 on the tree. He goes 892 at 168. Steve Wanberg out of Anderson, California. Andrew Sandin Jr. out of Grenada, California. West Progas meeting at 20 minutes.
West Coast Progas table located at Vince Relia's pit.
At the West Coast Progas table at Vince
Relia's pit.
Rulia's pit.
Yeah.
All right, that's what I had to say. That's what he was telling me, and I was going to give him the mic because it was too confusing to me, but I got it out. So West Coast Progas,
West Coast Progas.
you got a meeting in 20 minutes. Chuck Babcock out of Yorba Linda, California, in the dragster in the Denzel side, and they're going against a dragster in the O'Reilly lane. Go figure that. It's dragster. And Chuck Babcock goes 040 on the tree, goes 886 at 169. The O'Reilly side went 001 red, goes 889 at 171. Glenn Kern out of Modesto, Adam Hicks out of Nevada City, California. And Dan Hall turns on the red light, 006 to the dark side of the tree. Glenn Kern, 008 green. He goes 891 at 168. Dan goes 9 flat at 186. Adam Hicks out of Nevada City. Well, he's a 59-year-old bartender. Bartender must make good money to have a super comp dragster. Adam Hicks goes 050 on the tree. Denzel side goes 024. Adam Hicks goes 885 at 182 to the 889 at 164 on Denzel side. Jonathan Flores out of Hartford, California, Denzel side. Bob Van Poppering out of Castro Valley. Jonathan Flores goes 029 on the tree. Bob Van Poppering, 025 red. He goes 884 at 185 to the 889 at 181 of Jonathan Flores. Bo Hicks out of San Carlos, California. Pedro Cedera out of Elk Grove, California.
All right, at this time, we're going to call Pro Mod to the lanes. Pro Mod, tension in the pits, Pro Mod, lanes 14 and 15. Pro Mod, lanes 14 and 15. We're also going to call A Fuel, lanes 10 and 11. Tension in the pits, A Fuel, lanes 10 and 11. Pro Mod, lanes 14 and 15. A Fuel and Pro Mod, start rolling down to the staging lanes, please. At this time, we're also going to mention to our Summit racers, if you would like to sign up for Team Sonoma for points for the 2023 season, please come see me in the tower. Once again, Summit ET racers, if you would like to sign up for points, please come see me in the tower at this time. Thank you. You can also do it tomorrow, but today would be great.
Brian Downer, Denzel side, out of Orville, California. Scott Brown out of San Ramon, California. He goes 057 on the tree. Brian Downer goes 018 on the tree. He goes 981 at 157. This is a 990 index for super gas.
Hello, young man.
Hello.
Is it live?
Yep, you're hot.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp Series, Foggy Super Comp Series, 1/2 hour from right now's Tom Bear's trailer. Attention in the pits. Foggy 890 Series, 30 minutes from now, Tom Bear's trailer, please. Thank you.
Yeah, that worked.
Do much better.
Kim Roll out of Santa Cruz, California. Dennis Paz out of Stockton, California. 990 index for super gas. Once again, Pro Mods to the lanes 14 and 15. A Fuel 10 and 11. Pro Mods 14 and 15. A Fuel 10 and 11. Come on down. Let's play the game. Kim Will, 008 on the tree. Dennis Paz, 005. Dennis Paz goes 988 at 134. Kim Will goes 989. 998 at 156. Sue Spa out of American Canyon. Lon Roburn out of San Bruno. Once again, Pro Mods 14 and 15. We need you down here now. A Fuel, we need you to 10 and 11 now. All right, Bob Heffley, Dave Cook. Dave Cook out of Burlingame, California. Bob Heffley out of Napa, California. I really like to look at Dave Cook's T-Bird. I had the privilege of pitting next to him in the ET finals at Sacramento. He went 002 red. Bob Heffley went 013 red. Dave Cook goes 10 flat at 149, a little bit off the 990 index. Bob Heffley, a little too fast, goes 988 at 159. I think we got a couple of time onlys here. And then we're going to take a 15-minute break to get the track ready for Pro Mods. Pro Mods. Lanes 14 and 15. We need you here in the next 15 minutes or less. A Fuel, 10 and 11. We need you to lanes 2. So once again, Pro Mods, 14 and 15. A Fuel, 10 and 11.
All right, once again, Team Sonoma signups in the tower. Come see me. If you're interested in running for points for Sportsman Pro, Super Pro, or Motorcycle, come see me in the tower to sign up for points for Team Sonoma in 2023. Also, Logan Pagano, I have your run for the money. You haven't come to see me yet. Again, Promod and A Fuel, we should be seeing you in the staging lanes right now. Pro Comp and Junior Fuel roll this way as well. Pro Comp and Junior Fuel. Pro Comp, you can hang in the back and follow the Pro Mod cars up. Junior Fuel, go behind the A Fuel cars. All right, Pro Mod, you guys should be here. A Fuel, you guys should be here. A Fuel to the lanes. We're also going to call Pro Comp and Junior Fuel. Pro Comp, Junior Fuel down to the lanes. Pro Comp, Junior Fuel, A Fuel, and Pro Mod. We should have all of you guys either in the lanes or on your way to the lanes.
All right, Pro Mods, you should be in lanes 14 and 15. A Fuel 10 and 11. Pro Comp follow Pro Mods, and Junior Fuel come on down. You're following A Fuel.
Okay, looks like we got our Pro Mod cars starting to get ready back there. A Fuel is rolling up. We need you guys ASAP. Pro Comp, we need you to the lanes. Junior Fuel, you will be running after Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia 3 should already be at the back of the garages. Nostalgia 2 should be at the back of the garages. And 1, go ahead and follow them in.
We're gonna switch this one up, so Junior Fuel's gonna run at the back of
All right, this is the final call for Pro Mod. Final call for Pro Mods. I see you guys wheeling them up. So we're going to get ready to do Pro Mods here any minute. All right, you guys ready for some noise out there? We got Pro Mods coming at you really quick. So if you like noise, you're going to love this. We got Pro Mods. And here we go with Pro Mods. These things are loud and fast. Kind of sounds like a top fuel car. Final call for A fuel. Final call for A fuel. These things are fast. Pro Mods are quick. Really fast. And they're loud too. All right, he's bumped it in. Now we're ready to go. And he got out of it, but it was the first time running for that. Now we got another one firing up. Then after this, I think we got a funny car. I call a funny car out there. Oh, it's a nitro funny car, Eric's telling me. So we got one of those coming at you. You think these are loud? Wait till you hear the funny car. Final call pro comp lanes 14 and 15. Final calls pro comp lanes 14 and 15. That was a good pass. 684 at 148. 013 on the tree. Let's see what some of these other cars can do. All right, we got two side-by-side pro mods coming at you. I can't really tell you much about them because I don't have anything in the computer up here. So we're just going to sit back and enjoy the racing. This should be really cool. Side by side pro mods going down the track. Good lights by both. 042, 087. He goes 601 at 247 in the O'Reilly and Denzel side, 699 at 190. That was pretty cool, guys and gals. How about that? We got a Camaro and a Corvette Pro Mod coming at you. All right, we're gonna call Nostalgia 3, Nostalgia Eliminator 2, and Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. Nostalgia 1, 2, and 3 to the lanes, or Nostalgia 3, 2, and 1 to the lanes. Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator 3, Nostalgia Eliminator 2, Nostalgia Eliminator 1, all to the lanes. Denzel side goes 087 to 071. Denzel side goes 575 at 253 miles an hour. Our last car out in Pro Mod going to be a Corvette. And then we're going to go into A fuel. All right, let's see what this Corvette can do. I'm picking like a 656 at 250 miles an hour. Well, we got it loose and shut it down, so it was on a pretty good pass. In 196 reaction time, he was 283 at the 330 mark, and eighth mile 503. Yeah, shut it down right about the eighth mile mark. It got loose. Now it brings us to A fuel. As soon as the track clears. Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator 3, 2, and 1 to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, 2, and 1 to the lanes. This is car 799 in the O'Reilly lane. I got no names up here, so bear with me. And we got the Batman dragster front engine coming at you. A fuel car. Well, two fuel front engine dragsters going side by side. All right, Denzel side at an 040. Riley side at an 050 light. It goes 624 at 214 to 633 at 216 in the Denzel side.
Sorry, excuse me.
Hey, we got Jerry Cumray Jr. here in the O'Reilly lane out of Roner Park. He was here Wednesday night with this thing, showing it off. So now we finally get to hear it. Yeah, Jerry said he was going to fire this thing up on Wednesday night. Never got around to it. So now we get to hear what it sounds like.
They run that on nitro?
And that's what an injected nitro car sounds like. Over there with Jerry Cumray's car. And that's what an injected alcohol car sounds like. And if you think that sounds good, wait till you hear the funny car that's behind us. And I'd like to thank B&G Tires for sponsoring today. Kevin Diadamo and his father at B&G Tires for putting up the money. And Jerry Comray goes 156 on the tree, goes 746 at 141. Denzel Side goes 771 at 171 miles an hour. The last car out is Sean Kabari out of San Martin, California, with a 53-year-old engineer. All right, Sean Kabari out of San Martin going to take the pass. And then we got a Nostalgia Top Fuel funny car. That ought to be fun. And Sean Kabari goes 116 on tree, goes 639 at 205. That's haul in the mail. Now coming at you, we got Top Fuel funny car. This is a real funny car, by the way. It's nostalgia, but It's really top fuel. So if you like top fuel cars, here we go. Ready to get ready to vibrate your brain and your body. And there it goes. It's fired up. That's Tony Girardo out of Pleasanton, California, in a 69 Camaro. Do you like that crackle? Here we go. We're going to see if Tony can do he can put down a full pass or not. And he got a good light. He goes 605 at 201 miles an hour. That was a full pass. That was cool. Did you like that? I sure did. Well, we got a fun little dragster here coming at you. I don't know what class it is, but it should be pretty quick. All right, junior dragsters, we need you to 6 to 12-year-olds, lanes 8, 13 to 17-year-olds, lane 9. Once again, junior dragsters, we need you to lanes 8 and 9. Once again, junior dragsters, 6 to 12-year-olds, lanes 8, 13 to 17-year-olds, lane 9. Hey, good light. 089 on the tree goes 556 at 253 miles an hour. That's hauling the mail. All right, junior dragsters, been a lane change. 6 to 12-year-olds, lanes 10, 13 to 17, lane 11. Once again, that's 6 to 12-year-olds, lane 10, 13 to 17-year-olds, lane number 11.
Dragsters.
All right, we on the Pro Comp 6A 695 Index, brought to you by System 1, Pro Ignition, and North Cal Nostalgia, the sponsors for this class. And they call us Pro Comp West 695 Index, no electronics. Right other side goes 143 green. The other side goes 086 red. He goes 694 at 201 to the 727 at 187. All right, he goes 250 on the tree. He won 638 at 203 miles an hour. So once again, junior dragsters, 6 to 12-year-olds, lane 10, 13 to 17-year-olds, lane 11. All right, we're going to go on with Nostalgia 3. We got Craig Wallace in the 23 T-Bird, Tim Bream in a 32 Bantam. This is a 960 index. And Craig Wallace goes 038 on the tree. Tim Bream goes 080. He goes, Craig Wallace goes 964 with a 1. Tim Bream goes 956 with a 3. Too fast for the index, but they'll figure it out. Don Mallory, Citrus Heights, California, 23T. Going against, looks like an old Fiat Torpolino, I guess. That's my guess. Remember, this is a 960 index, so you're shooting for 960 or slower. Well, Dan Mallory goes 093 on the tree. Riley side 419. He goes 967 at 137. The O'Reilly side 1011 at 117. A little bit off. Okay, now we're in the NE2. We got Joseph Candle the second, in his 70 red dragster. Duke Baker out of Thornton, California. And Joseph Campbell II goes 094 on the tree. Duke Baker goes 027. He goes 849 at 153, a little bit too quick. He goes 921 at 142, a little bit slow for the 860 index. John Galley in a 23T bucket. Going against a dragster. And John Galley goes 095 on the tree. Denzel side 537. Galley goes 860. Dead on 5. 151. Denzel side 892 at 154. So that should put Galley as the number one qualifier in any two. Spanky McGee in 23T. Scott Chamberlain, 34 Ford Coupe. And Spanky McGee left before the tree was activated. He does not get a time. Scott Chamberlain goes 191 on the tree. He goes 849 on an 860 index. A little too quick. All right, Larry Bannenberg in the 37 Fiat. Eric Warner in the 23T. Or 27 altered. Eric Warner goes 016 on the tree. Larry Bannenberg goes 028. Eric goes 861 with a 2 on an 860 index. Larry Bannenberg goes 860 with an 8. Dead on 8. Sean Wood out of San Anselmo, California in the dragster. Sabrina Pecora out of Sonoma. Pecora Family Racing 37 Fiat Topolino. Does anybody out there know what Topolino means in Italian? I'm not going to say. I'm going to let see what somebody comes up here and says it is. All right, Sabrina Pecora, Sean Wood. You can say Torpedo Multigatto Espresso. It's the only language I know. It's the only thing I can remember from when I worked for Italian. And Sabrina goes 111 on the tree. Sean Wood 472. Sabrina goes 767 on a 760 index at 173. Sean Wood goes 755 at 180. Matt Garcia in the 32 Bantam altered. Bill DeMarlin in the 68 dragster. This is a 760 index. That's us today. All right, attention to pits, attention to pits. Pro ET to the lanes, 14 and 15. Pro ET to the lanes, 14 and 15. All right, we got Manuel Azevedo at the line in the dragster, and Kenny Upton in the other dragster. Again, this is 760 NE1 Nostalgia. All right, we're in the junior dragster. We got Bowden Cook dialed in at 890. Bodie George dialed in at 1417. Bowden Cook, he's out of Novato. Bodie George, he's out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. He's 7 years old. Bowden Cook's 11 years old. Pro ET, lanes 14 and 15. Pro ET, come on down, let's play the game. Lanes 14 and 15. And Bowden Cook breaks out. He goes 884 on an 890 for the loss. Brody George goes 119 on 3, goes 1418 with an 8 on a 1417 dial. Blake George, 914 dial out of Hidden Valley Lake, California, where he's a 10-year-old student. Haley Miller, 915 dial, Live Oak, California, 06 half scale, dragster. You got to give a lot of credit to these kids and also their parents for getting them out there and getting them down the track. All right, they're both in and stage. They're both away clean and green. And Blake George is going to take the win. He goes 919 on a 914 dial at 72 miles an hour, 156 on the tree. Haley Miller had the better light, 067, but went 895 on a 915 dial, broke out loss. Zay Wasu in the O'Reilly lane, taking a single here. He's dialed in at 1190. He's 9 years old out of West Sacramento. Hot Wheels Racing is the sponsor of his car. Once again, Pro ET, lanes 14 and 15. And Zaid Wasu goes 035 on the tree. He goes 1199 on 1190 to move on to the next round. Okay, this is dragster number 774 at the line. And the potential buy for Pro is Eric Dukas. Once again, Pro ET potential buy is car number E750X, Eric Dukas. And 774 dragster, he went 893 on the tree, goes 1457 at 44 miles an hour. All right, that brings us up to junior dragsters class, 13 to 17 years old. Isabella Fuentes Zittel, dialed in at 795. In the Denzel side, Crew Castile, dialed in at 794. Wow. 795, 794, not a big difference. It's not even a bulb. You won't even see it. He's out of Gardnerville, Nevada. He's a 15-year-old student, Castile Racing. All right, motorcycles. Lane number 9. This is your first call. Lane number 9 for motorcycles. And the win goes to Crew Castile. He goes 016 on the tree. He goes 803 on a 794 dial at 76 miles an hour. Isabella was late with a 142 light, went 812 on a 790 dial at 80 miles an hour. Madison Jordan dialed in at 790. Grant Williamson dialed in at, hey, get this, 790. Madison, a 13-year-old student out of Paradise, California. Grant Williamson out of Eureka is a 14-year-old student. And Madison Jordan turns on the red light 010 to the dark side of the tree. Grant Wilson with a 125 green light takes the win. He goes 791 at 80 miles an hour. And that concludes our junior dragster portion of racing this afternoon so far. Now we're going to go into Pro ET. We got Brian Cam, 1253 dial out of Pacifica, California, no 2002 Camaro, dialed in at 1253. Zach Ealing, dialed in at 1016 out of Rohnert Park, 20-year-old electrician driving the 91 Corvette that his dad was driving. So Brian Cam, 1253, Zach Ealing, 1016. All right, they're both in. Let's see how it goes. Man, Zach has turned into a good driver. He's got Brian Cam. And Zach Ealing takes out Brian Cam. He goes 010 on the tree, goes 1018 on 1016 at 124 for the win. Brian Cam was late with a 056 light, goes 1259 on a 1253 dial for a loss. So Cam out, Zach Ealing in. All right, we got Mitch Gately dialed in at 1016 out of Catati in the 64 Nova. Jeff LaSalle dialed in at 1263 out of Cloverdale, California. Jeff's Performance Garage, 69 Dart. and soon to be a new dad. And Jeff LaSalle turns on the red light, 036 to the dark side of the tree, handing the win over to Mitch Gately with an 052 green. Philip Topping, dialed in at 1265 out of Saratoga, California in the 2011 Mustang GT, going against Don Caesar, dialed in 1145 out of Citrus Heights, California in the 82 Mustang GT. Asher College is his sponsor. And Philip Topping turns on the red light, 006 to the dark side of the tree. He went Roxanne. Don Caesar takes the win with a 043 green. Richard Fernandez down at 1069 out of Visalia, California in the Mustang. Dave DeBose down at 1144 out of Reno, Nevada in the 70 Roadrunner. And Dave DeBose turns the red light on, 047 to the dark side of the tree. Richard Fernandez takes the win with a 079 green. David Meyer, 955 dial out of Sheridan, California. Alan Myers, his sponsor, and the 01 Cavalier. Dennis Paz, 1044 dial out of Stockton, Paz Auto Repair. 65 Chevy. Motorcycles, lane number 9. Motorcycles, lane number 9. All right, Myers and Paz are in. And Dennis Paz takes the win. He goes 003 on the tree, goes 1044, dead on 6 for a 7-pack. He got 123 for the win. David Myers was 031 on the tree, decent light. He goes 955 with a 5, dead on 5, but could not beat that 003 light of Dennis Paz. Scott Weigart dialed in at 1030 out of Santa Rosa, California, 70 Duster. Ryan Haluska, 1328 dial out of Catati, California, 99 GMC Sierra pickup. And Ryan breaks out. He goes 032 in the tree, goes 1324 and a 28 for the loss. Scott Weigart goes 024 in the tree, goes 1030, dead on 9 for the win at 125. Big Bad Brad Bowen, 1249 dial in Novato, California. B&G Tires, 2000 Pontiac Trans Am. John Victorino, dialed in 1187 out of Novato, was a facilities engineer in the 98 S10. And John Victorino takes out Big Bad Brad. He goes 032 on the tree, goes 1197 on 1187 dial, 108. Big Bad Brad wasn't bad. 054 on the tree, goes 1258 on 49 for the loss. Jay Griner, 1075 dial out of South San Francisco, California. 74 Pontiac Ventura. Randy Snyder, 1044 dial out of Orange Greo, California. He's a bus analyst. I don't even know what a bus analyst does in the 73 Vega. And double breakout win goes to Jay Reiner. He goes 040 on the tree, goes 1071 on a 75 with a 3. Randy Snyder broke out more. He was 1040 on 1044 with a 1:016 on the tree. Christopher Martin, 1036 style out of Brentwood, California in the 07 Corvette. Dave Schaefer, 1084 dial out of Auburn, California in the Mustang. And Christopher Martin takes the win. He goes 1044 and a 1036. Dave Snyder went 1083 on a 1084 breakout. All right, Super Pro to the lanes, 12 and 13. Super Pro, 12 and 13. Don Miami, 960 dial out of Stockton, California. Ray Lucas, 1070 dial out of Concord, California. 89 Mustang going against a 38 Chevy. And the 38 Chevy is going to take the win. He goes 963 on a 960, 018 on the tree at 127. Ray Lucas was 109 on the tree, did everything he could, and broke out on top of it. Ron Nichols, 1098 dial out of Livermore, California, 69 olds. Kevin Diadamo, 1214 dial out of Napa. B&G Tire, Rossi Development, 03 Corvette. And B&G Tire is bringing you this race today. Kevin Diadamo and his dad. So give thanks to them for sponsoring this race. And the win goes to Kevin Diadamo. He goes 070 on the tree. He goes 1214 dead on 0 for a 70 pack at 109. Ron Nichols was 032 in the tree. Had Kevin Diadamo tree, but Kevin Diadamo ran dead on 0. He goes 1103 with a 5 on a 1098 for the loss. Robert Crum, 1055 dial out of Chico, California, 63 Nova SS. Jonathan Knoll, 1091 dial out of Mariposa, California, 70 Challenger, where he takes the win. He goes 014 green because Robert Crum turned on the red light, 002 to the dark side of the tree for the loss. Craig Merrilies, 1007 dial out of Windsor in the 78 Camaro. Norman Bergman, 1061 dial out of Concord, 66 Mustang. Once again, Super Pro, lanes 12 and 13. Super Pro, lanes 12 and 13. And Craig Merrilies takes the win. He goes 069 on the tree. He goes 1009 on a 1007 dial for the win at 130. Norman Bergman had a better light, 068, but broke out. He goes 1055 with a 9 on a 1061 dial. Mike Reynolds, 1035 dial out of Chico, California in the 95 S10. Steve Matagro dialed in at 993 in the 69 Nova. And Mike Reynolds takes the win. He goes 1035, dead on 4, 047 on the tree for the win. Steve Madigo goes 079 on the tree, goes 991 on a 993 for the loss. Marco dialed in at 1057 out of Petaluma, California, 2000 GMC Sonoma pickup. Don Morris, 965 dial out of North Highlands, California, in a 23 T altered. Oh, Marco takes the loss. He goes 006 on the tree, goes 1049 with a 5 on a 1057 dial breakout. Don Morris takes the win with a 038 light, goes 965, dead on 8 for the win. Marco out first round. Zach Ealing, 1059 dial out of Rona Park, California, 65 El Camino. Neil Holcomb, 1180 dial out of Concord, California, 67 Dart. I've been told that's Mike driving on his car, not Zach. Hey, and Mike takes the win. He goes 007 green, so it gives him a 007 sticker. Neil Holcomb turned on the red light, 057 to the dark side of the tree. Cliff Hall, 1049 dial out of Carmichael, California, 64 Falcon. That's a Falcon, nice car. Nish Andrews, 919 dial, Anderson, California, 23T. Looks like 23T broke. They push him back. So that gives Cliff Hall the win on a competition bye. And it was 037 on the tree. Goes 1045 on a 1049 dial for the win. Lala Paravalores down at 1208 out of Petaluma, California, a graphic designer, 66 Nova wagon. Brad McNeil, 11 flat dial out of Cotati, California, 68 Mustang. And they both go red. Lala went 056 red. Brad McNeil went 031 red. The one that was closest to zero is Brad McNeil takes the win. Nick Giacomi, 1043 dial out of Eureka, California, a UPS driver in the 71 Comet. Dan Fickner, 1060 dial out of Redwood City, California. Gorilla Barbecue is his sponsor, and a 69 Fairlane Thunderbolt. And Dan's going to take the win. He goes 045 on the tree. He goes 1062 on a 1060 at 120 for the win. Nick Giacomi was late with a 174 late, went 1046 on a 1043. Tom Marciano dialed in at 991 out of Roseville, California in the 69 Camaro. Tony Cambilla, 1041 dial out of Seaside in the 67 Barracuda. And Tom Marciano takes the win. He goes 994. It was 054 in the tree on 991 dial. Tony was late with an 070 light, but could not run that 1041 dial and 1044 at 129 for the loss. Henry Robertson out of North Highlands, California in the 69 Mach 1, 1038 dial. Tony Roca dialing at 1090 out of Modesto, California in the 68 Camaro. And Henry Robertson's going to take the win. He goes 1047 on a 1038, 020 on the tree at 108. Tony Rocca was late with a 166 light, went 1096 on a 1090 at 115 for the loss. Brad Beals, dialed in at 1242 out of Roanoke Park in the 92 Mustang. John Cavallo, dialed in at 1015 out of Modesto, where he owns Mazda Plus 67 Camaro. Once again, Super Pro lanes 12 and 13. Bob Beals, 1242 dial. John Cavallo, 1015. And Bob Beals turns on the red light, 020 to the dark side of the tree. John Cavallo with a 053 green takes the win. Richard Hardy, 1256 style out of Tracy, California, retired mechanic, 2018 Charger. Robert Ragley, 1040 dial out of Oakdale, California, 74 Vega. And Rich Hardy turns on the red light. He went Roxanne, 205 to the dark side of the tree. Robert Bagley with an 082 green takes the win. All right, Samson Kennedy, 1040 dial out of Livermore, where he's an electrician, 55 Chevy 210. Ron Porcelli, 1040 dial out of Daly City, retired auto mechanic, 57 Chevy. And Ron Porcelli turns on the red light, 059 to the dark side of the tree. Samson Kennedy takes the win with a 171 light. Last two cars out, Eric Dukas, 1066 style out of Fallon, Nevada, in the 78 Firebird. Paul Rondelli, 1084 dial out of Oakley, California. Napa Auto Care is where he works, or is his sponsor. All right, Eric Dukas takes the win. The double breakout. He goes 1063 with a 4 and a 1066. Paul Rondelli takes the loss. He broke out too. I'm going to turn the mic over to a good friend of mine, Brian, who is affectionately known as Barefoot. I'm going to turn it over to him for a few minutes. And Super Pro 12 and 13.
All right, into motorcycle, Doug Love out of Novato, California, the 73-year-old retiree, dialed in 13 flat. .32 on the tree, going to go dead 3. Hey, Ken McConnell, you are the potential buy in Super Pro. I'm sure you'll like that, Ken. Okay, Brad Hawks, James Barron. James not making the call. Going to give Brad the single run here. The 33-year-old electrician from Fremont is going to go 1057 on that 975 dial. Steve in the far lane there out of San Francisco, California, the 65-year-old retiree. Manny Santos out of Stockton, California, 52 on the Gixxer. Sportsmen, I need you guys to lanes 14 and 15. Sportsmen, lanes 14 and 15. In the far lane over there, 1020 dial to a 1095 dial from Manny. Heading on down, that Suzuki's going to take the win, 1095. Goes dead 9. Andrew Olson, we're going into Super Pro now. Andrew Olson in that far lane out of Sacramento, the 22-year-old engineer. John Murphy out of Yountsville, California, 74-year-old retiree in that Corvette. Great looking little roadster there. 565 cubic inches of Dart big block Chevy for that one. 540 in the Camaro. Dial 581 in the far lane. 548 tower side. Clean and green off the tree. They're very close. And it's going to be Andrew Olson. Goes 582 to take the win. Don't seem to have any information on the buggy over there in the far lane. Logan Pagano out of Travis Air Force Base. And that's 74 Triumph TR7. Dialed in at 705 to a 7 flat. And 210 red in that far lane for the buggy. 026 green is going to take that win and goes 708 on a 705. Todd Ross over there in the dragster, 565 cubic inches from Granite Bay. And Byron McCullough, 67 Camaro, 406 small block Chevrolet, dialed 669 to a 498. Hey, sportsmen, need you guys to 14 and 15. Sportsmen, 14 and 15, please. Byron going to take the win there, 673 on that 669 dial. Udo Richter out of Oakley, California, and that's 72 Nova. No info over there on the Roadster. Udo Richter is going to take the win there, 746 on that 742. Brian Cam, you are the potential buy-in sportsman. Brian Cam, potential buy-in sportsman. Larry Scarth over there in the far lane, and that's 62 Bel Air. And a breakout over there for Larry. Which going to take the run over there. Mitch was dialed 28, went 34. Rob Dayton in that far lane in the 56 Thunderbird. John Prop over here in the tower side out of Auburn, California, and that's our Mento. 565 cubic inches of Chevy for that one. 428 of Ford in that Thunderbird. Dialed 726 to a 480. Both away clean and green, very close there. Dragster going to try and run him down, and he does. Goes 482 on that 480 dial. Jeff Broussard out of Novato, California in that 96 Sonoma. Terry Sullivan in the Dragster, dialed 543. Jeff Broussard, 580. And Terry going to turn it red by 2. Jeff Broussard goes 001 and then dead on 2. Killer 3-pack on that one. All right, coming up in the Camaro, Tim Kohler out of Lodi, California. Beautiful 57 Bel Air for Darren in that far lane. Dialed 567. Tim Kohler, 532. And Darren going to turn it 1 red. 27 green on the other side, going to take it and go dead on 2. Rob Knowles in that 69 Camaro. Small block Chevrolet for power. Eric in the tower side in that 72 Vega, also small block for power, dialed 595. Rob Knowles, 650. David Gass, Charlie Gass to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. David Gass and Charlie Gass to the back of the lanes. And Rob Knowles going to take the win there. Goes 52 on that 50 dial. Had it all covered on the tree, though. Christopher Martin out of Brentwood, California in that 07 Corvette. Joe Froome in that 12 Yancer chassis out of Red Bluff. Dialed 483. Christopher Martin dialed 669. Pretty close on the tree there. Dragster going to try and run him down. And the dragster's going to take it. Mike Reynolds out of Chico, California in that 95 S10. Robert Butler in the 2010 Race Tech chassis, 585-inch big block Chevrolet versus a little small block in the S10. Dialed 659 to a 473 in the tower side. We go heading down there. Can the dragster keep up? Nope, going to be Mike Reynolds. Taking the win there, goes 62 on that 58 dial. Trophy to lane 9, please. Trophy, we need you to lane 9 in a single file. Lane 9, guys. Dennis Paz over here in the tower side. 656 for the dial in the El Camino. No info on the buggy over there, but he's dialed 719. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Sportsman. Need you guys up here. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Sportsman. And far lane going to take a win. Andy Austin, Julio, Tom Brown going to take the next round. Robert Crum, Chico, California, in that 63 Nova. Jason Vanderpool in the Racecraft dragster. Dialed 453 for the dragster, 662 for the Nova. Dragster going to try and run him down. Jason Vanderpool goes under. Robert Crum on to the next round. 63 on that 62 dial. All right, Brian Broussard in that Camaro, going to be dialed 544. Herc Ursray, dialed 542. And Brian going to turn it red by 2. Herc goes dead on the tree and goes 48 on that 42. Going to take the win, trip zip light over there. Tony Rocha out of Modesto, California, in that 68 Camaro, dialed 696. Bobby Hartshorn out of Oroville, 475. Trophy, need you guys to lane 9. Trophy, lane 9, single file, boys. Bring it on up. And Bobby going to turn it red, hand the win over to Tony Rocha. Craig Merrilees in that 78 Camaro out of Windsor, California, dialed 638. Rob Manley dialed 727 in the 68 Camaro in the Tower side out of Fairfield. And another trip zip light over here. Gonna take the win. Perfect package. Can't get any better than that. Craig Morales taking care of business over there in that 78 Camaro. Goes dead on both ends. Don Morris out of North Highlands in that 73 Camaro, dialed 733. Zach Ealing in that 91 Corvette, dialed 643. And both turn it red, but Don Morris turns it more red. Zach Ealing. Going to take the win there with a 004 red versus a 34 red. Steve Allenach out of Sacramento, California, in that 70 Mach 1. David Meyer in the dragster. Dialed 488 to a 654. Very close on the tree there. And David Meyer breaks it out. Steve will be moving on in that 70 Mach 1. Jay Greiner, that 74 Ventura, out of South San Francisco, dialed 675. Terry Manning out of Oakland, in the 77 Vega, 685. Trophy, we need you guys in lane 9 in your cars, please. Trophy, lane 9 in the cars. Jay going to turn it red by a bunch. Hand that win over to Terry, who goes 731 on that 685 dial. Nick Jacone here in the Tower side in the 71 Comet. Eric Dukas in the 78 Firebird, dialed 671 to a 669. Nick going to take the win there, goes 72 on that 69 dial. Eric falls way off, goes 680. John over there in the far lane 67 Camaro, Mazda Plus, the sponsor on that one. Marco Paravalaris out of Novato, California, in the dragster. $651 for the Camaro, $458 for the dragster. And Marco Paravalaris is going to take the win, goes dead on 6. Ken McConnell out of Red Bluff, California, in that 02 Uhara car, dialed 499. Robert Bagley from Oakdale, 74 Vega, dialed 677. Bagley going to turn it red by 35. Handing that win over to Ken McConnell, who goes under 498 to 499 index. All right, moving on into sportsmen. David Owens out of Santa Rosa, California, and that's 66 Comet. Brad Bowen out of Novato in the 2000 Trans Am. 1258 for the Trans Am, 1182 for the Cornet. And Brad Bowen going to take the win on a double breakout, 005 on the tree. It's going to make that happen. $1,778 for Bill Taggart in the 01 Tortoise. 1533 in the far lane. B-Gas and A-Gas. Need you guys to the lanes, please. B-Gas and A-Gas to the back of the lanes, please. Ryan Haluska and the 99 Sonoma back there. Tower side in the Challenger, dialed 1268. Chevelle elevator 1323. Once again, B-Gas and A-Gas to the back of the lanes, please. B-Gas and A-Gas. And Don Hensley in the Chevelle is going to take the win. 1475 goes 1488. Okay, here we go. Now I got it right. Ryan Haluska, that 99 GMC Sierra, dialed 1323. Philip Topping in that 2011 Mustang, dialed 1268. If And red light start's going to hand over the win to Ryan Haluska, who goes 1330 on that 23 dial. DeAndre Fitzgerald out of Sacramento in the 04 Santa Fe, dialed 1920. Miata in the Tower side, dialed 1265. Miata going to try and reel him in. Double breakout. Win goes to DeAndre. B gas, A gas. Need you guys to the back of the lanes, please. B gas, A gas. To the back of the lanes. Pronto. Andrew Earl going to take the win over there in the El Camino. Goes 1236 on the 36 dial, dead on 6. All right, Scott McKenna in the far lane over there, 68 Camaro, dial 1150, and John Terry, 1253 in the 70 Nova. John Terry going to break it out, hand the win over to Scott McKenna, who goes 1152 on the 50 dial. Mike Holland in the 72 Maverick, dialed 1253. Jeff LaSalle, 1266 in the Dart. And Jeff LaSalle going to take the win. Goes 85 on that 66 dial. Moving on to the next round. Kevin D'Amato out of Napa, California in the 03 Corvette. Dialed 1214. Joe Maples out of Antioch in the 04 GMC Sierra. Dialed 1240. Okay, and the B&G Tires 03 Corvette making its way down there. Kevin D'Amato sponsoring the event this weekend. And he's going to turn on a win light, goes 1224 on that 14 dial. Richard Hardy in the far lane in that 18 Challenger RT, the retired mechanic out of Tracy. Dialed 1267 to the Dusters 1260. Duster going to take the win, goes 1264 on that 60 dial. Leah Paravalaris, that beautiful 66 wagon out of Petaluma. Greg Rudd out of El Grove, California in the 69 Mach 1. Dial 1312 to that 1215 for the wagon. And Leah going to take the win in the wagon, goes 1217 on that 15 dial. Greg Rudd slows down a little, goes 31 on the 12 dial. Logan Pagano, active U.S. Air Force, against Mark Chansey, a retired Air Force. In the 63 Fury, he's going to turn it 1 red. Logan going to be moving on in the Corvette. Goes 39 on the 37 dial. And just for good measure, Mark goes ahead and breaks it out on the other end. Tom Borby out of Jamestown, California, the 66 Dart. Udo Richter in the 72 Novada Oakley. And Tom's going to turn it red. Udo Richter on to the next round. And goes 1172 on that 78 dial. Brian Cam out of Pacifica, California, 1259 the dial for that 02 Camaro. David Canisad out of San Francisco, California in the 66 Mustang, dialed 1699. And Brian Cam going to take the win, goes 78 on that 59 dial. David Rudd out of Wilton in the 72 Hornet. Steve Ribeiro in that 50 Chevy Coupe. Dialed 1250 to a 1268 for Rudd. David Rudd going to take the win in the Hornet. Goes 96 on that 68 dial. Dominic Reyes dialed 1760. Eric going to try and run him down in the 63 Chevy 2, dialed 1090. And on a double breakout, Eric's going to take the win, goes 88 to a 53. All right, moving into trophy. Be Robert Ortiz out of Petaluma in that 68 Camaro. 2015 Infiniti for Cody, dialed 1402, 13 for Robert. And Robert going to break it out on the other end. There goes 1186. Cody going to take the win, 1445. Mark Gasper in the 64 Chevelle out of Vallejo, California, dialed 1320. 68 Chevelle for Luke in the other lane over here, dialed 925. And he's going to turn it a lot red to a lot green. Mark going to take the win there, goes 1301 on that 1320. Didn't matter, it was all over at the starting line with the big red light. Tower side going to turn it red, hand the win over to Sean Owens in the 66 Cornet. Now 1175. And goes 94 on that.
I only got 4 spots on the golf cart to head back to the trailer.
Almost took out some pumpkins over there off the starting line. Well, that Corvette didn't make it too far. Sounded like it was going to have a whole lot of steam going there. got to spin in there. I was hoping he was going to get out of it before it got out of shape, but got a little too far out of shape. All right, moving into D-Gas. Object of the game. Go 1060, not under, and take the win. Frank DeSalza in the 63 Nova versus Jimmy DiMartini. Can I get Super Comp to 10 and 11? Super Comp, 10 and 11, please. And on a double breakout, Frank DeSalza going to take the win, 58 on the 60 index. Dan Fisher in the 64 Fairlane Thunderbolt. And Jarrett Laws in the 63 Nova SS. .427 cubic inches of Ford in the Thunderbolt, 427 a Chevy in the Nova. And it's going to be Dan Fisher in the Thunderbolt. Goes 1066 on that 60 index. Jarrett Laws slows to 1095. Mike over there in the 65 Mustang. Ford 331 for power out of Placerville. And John in the 66 Malibu out of San Rafael. And Mike in the Mustang going to take the win, goes 62 on that 60 index. John breaks it out, goes 57. Harold Binsfield out of Pacifica, California, 55 Chevy wagon, going to take on Rich Strickfaden in the 73 Camaro, going to be actually taking the bye, could not make the call, Harold. And he goes dead on 4, just had insult to injury. John Braucarrot, one of the juggers in that 63 Nova, going to be taking on Norman Bergman in the 66 Mustang. 408 inches for Ford power in the Mustang. 355 a Chevy in the Nova. And John going to take the win in the 63 Nova. Goes 1063 to a 1064. Austin in that chop top 62 Nova over there, 406 power, small block Chevy. Dave Sullivan in the 69 Roadrunner, 500 inches of Dodge, and Austin going to turn it red. Gonna hand that win over to Dave. And he goes under just by a little. Insult to injury again, 10:59, but takes a win on that red light. Doug Fournier out of Campbell, California, the 48 Anglia. Going to be making the bye run here. And he's going to go 10.63 on that 60 index. Lee Roberts in the 41 Ford pickup out of Sparks, Nevada. And Jason Stantz in the 68 Nova out of San Rafael. We're moving up a class here. Going to be moving on to C-Gas 960 index. Get as close as you can, but don't go under. Be the first one to the stripe. Get Super Gas to 12 and 13. Super Gas 12 to 13. Lee Roberts going to break out by less. Goes 9.58 on the 960. Jason goes 9.55 to hand over the win. Don Mulvey in the 38 Chevy, the 58-year-old engine builder out of Stockton, California. Wall going to roll it in deep, get the red light, handing that win over to Don. Ron Coombs, Alberta, California, in the 67 Corvette. And John Friel out of Arbuckle, California, in the 67 Nova. Pair of 77-year-olds here, auto mechanic versus farmer. Hard to root for that because I'm both of those. Corvette with a slight advantage. Is he going to break out on the other end? No, he does not. 9.69 to take the win. Ron Coombs. Mike Karate, 61-year-old farmer in the 70 Nova. George Shue out of Pioneer, California, in the 64 Chevelle. Advantage Nova going to get the win, 965 to a 966.
Both wins.
Steve over there in the Camaro on the single run.
You got it.
Going to go 962 on that 960 index. Chris Robbins out of Mariposa, California, in the 64 Fairlane. Dan Borg out of San Francisco in the 71 Vega in the panel wagon. Big block Ford power versus big block Chevy power. And Dan rolls it in deep and is going to get eliminated there with the red light, handing the win over to Chris. And Chris goes dead on zero. Kent Coombs in the 67 Camaro out of Galt, California, my town, Don Shanks out of Alberta, California, in the 27 buggy. $965, Kent's going to take the win.
Well, I need to go see if my car is going to make it to the next round.
All right. Seagas, Craig Wallace, and DeAndre Fitzgerald. Wallace on the left-hand side out of Rough and Ready, California, that 27 T-Bucket Ford, your number 2 qualifier. DeAndre Fitzgerald right side. Sacramento, that's Spec Right and Bunker Motorsports 69 Firebird. They call it the Frobird. DeAndre wheeling the Firebird and Seagas and the Hyundai Santa Fe and Sportsman. Red light DeAndre Fitzgerald 002 972.4 on the 960 index gets their first 13th thou. Craig Wallace missed it 113 on the let go, 2 above 6 and no good. Ken Sazy and Mike Gillespie going to be your next two. Moving into B gas. Looking for that 860 index up there on the scoreboards. On the Denso side is Sazy out of Citrus Heights, California, your number 7 qualifier in the 1970 Nova. Gillespie over here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack, the retired Berkeley Fire Department. 63 Chevy 2 out of Concord, California, Roy's Race Engines on board, your number 6 qualifier. Pre-stage, nobody really wants to go in, so we'll wait. Sazy turns it on first, Gillespie goes in second. Here we go, one of them's in trouble. One of them's 00, one of them is not. Survey says left side, Ken Sazy on a double breakout, 009, 855.3. Got there second by 21 thou. Gillespie, let's go 047, 849.4 on the 860 index. Hey, just a heads up, there are no buybacks today. You got 2 time runs and no buybacks today. Tomorrow we will have 1 time run and a buyback. So just to clarify, no buybacks today. Tomorrow will be 1 time run and buybacks for the Summit ET categories. Bill Anderson and Eddie Lucas, win light. Bill Anderson 037. 8 above 7 got their first 22 thou. Lucas, let's go 026. Puts it 8720 on the 860 index, and Bill Anderson moves on. Eric Warner going to have the buy run here, your number 1 qualifier out of Redding, California. Warner Enterprises, a 27 Ford Altered, I'm assuming it's a Ford. Went 8610 in qualifying. 028 up front. 862.9 at 153 for Eric Warner. Moving right along with B-Gas, Carl Weisenhunt and Chris Torres going to be your next two. Torres with the 300-foot burnout, backing up on the right-hand side. Chris and Laura Torres farming that 68 Camaro on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Weisenhunt on the left-hand side out of Sacramento, California. The Burko Berry Redwood Lumber 64 Fairlane, your number 4 qualifier.
Ryan was in here from Nostalgia, and he had to go work on his car, so now Logan's doing it for a little while. Hey, no, it's good. Good to hear it. Yeah. On the volume, I don't know what Danny did. It sounds great. He changed it so it came down. Oh, okay.
Torres way in there. Doesn't need to take much to get into stage. He's in. Weisenhunt turns on that stage bulb. Here we go. Oof. Left-hand side is in some trouble. Survey says left-hand side going to take the win. Carl Weisenhunt, let's go 081, puts it 6 above 8. Got there first a 10th. As Chris Torres, let's go 029 on the starting line, then puts it 884 on the 860. Massive starting line advantage for Chris Torres and cannot convert, so Weisenhunt will move on. Gary Ryan and Rich Zondervan going to be your next two. Ryan on the left-hand side. The Juggers Racing Team 32 Bantam, your number 5 qualifier on the Denso side of the racetrack. Rich Zondervan right-hand side. Out of San Jose. The Taco Bravo Team, the 66 Chevelle, coming out of the number 8 qualifier spot. We're in. Here we go. 500's advantage on the starting line to Gary Ryan. They get down through there. Wind light illuminates for Gary Ryan. 009 and 1/10 above with a 6. Zondervan got there first by 72. Thou broke it out at 58 on a 60. No good. Still moving along with B Gas, Vincent Reale, and Larry Battenberg. Reale on the left-hand side. Out of Sacramento, California, the 71 Nova, your number 10 qualifier. Battenberg right side. James Auto Electric, that 37 Fiat Topolino. Battenberg out of the number 3 qualifier spot. Massive starting line advantage to the left-hand side. Reale got this one in control. Wind light, Vincent Reale, 030 and 2 above 8. Got there first a 10th. Battenberg lets go 166, a little tardy to class, puts it 1 above 4 and no good. Reale moves on to round number 2. Moving to A Gas, Alpha Gas, your 760 index category in the quarter mile. Your first two are going to be Dave Fuller and Max Abbey. Fuller on the left-hand side. A beautiful red Corvette out of Ripon, California, your number 6 qualifier. Abbey on the right-hand side out of Clovis. Abbey door and higher up 92 Camaro coming out of the number 3 spot. Couple of nice looking Chevys on the starting line. Once again, looking for 7600 on the scoreboards. Going to the quarter mile. Fulfer is in. We're pre-staged. Abbey turns on the pre-stage bulb. Fulfer goes in next. Abbey's in. Here we go. Oof. A very obvious starting line advantage to the right-hand side. Does he convert? He does. 771.3 on the 760 wind light for Max Abbey. Fulfer. Something happened. Let's go. 0.560 reaction time. Go 7.661 and way out of the race. No good. Steve Kiefer and Weasel Anders. You're next, too. It looks like Kiefer is MIA, so Weasel is going to get the solo shot. Moving on around number 2 via the opponent broke single. Anders out of South San Francisco, California. And he leaves before the starting line, or before the tree was activated. So Weasel is not going to get a time, but I'm 99% sure he will still advance to round number 2. Okay, there we go. Weasel moves on round number 2. He's got an official win light. He will move on the ladder. Easy peasy. William Inge and Cliff Boyles, your next two A-Gas competitors. Inge on the Denso side of the racetrack, that's 67 Camaro. Inge racing out of Clovis, California, your number 7 qualifier, a big block 632 under the scoop, sitting in front of William. Cliff Boyles on the right-hand side out of Rancho Cordova, California, the 1953 Studebaker. A slightly bigger 665 cubic inch big block Chevy is the weapon of choice for Boyles out of the number 2 qualifier spot. Inge in the black ice machine over there on the left-hand side. Inge taking his time. Boyles goes right in. Inge is in. Here we go. Oof. One of them's 00, one of them's not. Boyles having to drive it down there at the 8th mile. Wind light says Boyles. 60 up front. 5 above 3 got their first 3 tenths. William Inge did his best. 001 reaction time to start. 8:05 on the 760. Couldn't run the number. And Cliff Boyles moves on to round number 2. Mike Mossy and Michael Henry Jr. And it looks like Mossy is MIA. So Michael Henry Jr. going to get an opponent broke single, moving on to round 2 for free. Out of El Sobrante, California, the maintenance depot director. D&M Racing on the side of that 68 Firebird, your number 1 qualifier. Michael Henry Jr. is what you would call a wheelman. And they will put this car in literally any category that it fits in. A-Gas, Top Sportsman, 5.0 Index, you name it, we're going to be racing. Missed the tree a little bit, goes 769.3, 177, and that's going to wrap it up for A-Gas. Rolling out next is Super Comp. 890 index to the quarter mile, almost probably entirely consisting of dragsters. Brian Cam and Jamie Harrison going to do battle here first round. Cam on the left-hand side out of Pacifica, the Tom and Jack's Auto Sarmento chassis dragster. Harrison right side. Harrison Customs Inc. for that brand new 2022 Harrison chassis.
12:55, so you can get a head start.
Oh boy.
Because
Yeah.
car picked up a 10 from the 58.
Right hand side, well in control, win light Jamie Harrison, 004 and 8 above 2, taking it 3 thou finish line, snugged it up to 3 thou down there. Brian Cam missed it, 051, puts it 3 above 8 and no good.
Lane, 15, now you got
Attention to the pits, please. Attention to the pits. I need junior dragsters. I need junior dragsters to the lanes. 6 to 12 junior dragsters, lanes 14, 13, 17 junior dragster, lanes 15. Once again, 6 to 12-year-old junior dragsters need you to lane 14, 13, 17 juniors need you to lane 15. Bob Van Popering and Chad Simonton going to do battle. Simonton turns on the win light, 26 and 1 above 3. Van Popering, let's go 041, snugs it up to 6 thou with the finish line, breaks it out 8 thou, mathematically ineligible. Simonton moves on to round number 2. Once again, I need junior dragsters 6 to 12 lane 14, 13, 17 lane 15. Bring it on down. Les Matsukato and Scott Thompson. Going to be your next two. Les on the left-hand side out of Honolulu, Hawaii. Ways away from home. Scott Simpson on the right-hand side, a little bit closer to home, Lincoln, California. Wow. And Thompson lets go on nothing, and Les is perfect. Les lets go perfect and puts a dead 2. How about 2 total for Les Matsukato out of Hawaii? Putting an exclamation point in the entire category on notice. I'm being told that Les Matsukato might be a wheelman. Might be good at this drag racing thing. I don't know. Ted Van Middle, the third. Left side. That's a mouthful. Oh boy. All these Californian town names.
What? Dan Hall?
San Geronimo, California, left side. Dan Hall, right side. Redwood City, California. 35 thou separate them up front. They both come off the throttle stop. Wind light illuminates for Dan Hall, 20 and 4 above 7. Take 32 thou finish line. Van Middle goes 894.4 on the 890 index and 32 thou behind. Scott Wanbaugh and Adam Libertor. Your next two, Wanbaugh left side. Out of Anderson, California, the 04 Worthy Chassis dragster. Libertor right side. The 07 Yancer out of Palo Alto. Once again, final call, junior dragsters. Juniors need you to the lanes. 6 to 12, lane 14, 13, 17, lane 15. Final call, juniors. We need you right now. Junior dragsters, this is your final call. 6 to 12, lane 14, 13, 17, lane 15. Bring it on down. A double red light start. The benefactor of the true start, well, I guess it's not true start because they leave at the same time, but wind light going to go to Wanbaugh. Libertor turns it big red, 149. Wanbaugh, a little bit better, 019 red, goes 901 on the 890 index. And Libertor going to take the long way. Decides to save some parts for tomorrow. And
10 and 11.
we need Pro ET, round number 2, lanes 10 and 11. Pro ET, round number 2, lanes 10 and 11. Pro ET, round number 2, lanes 10 and 11. Bring it on down.
Once again, Pro ET, lanes 10 and 11. Pro ET, come on down. Let's play the game. You will listen to Logan Pagano. Thank you, Logan, for spelling me. Now we got Chris Babcock and Trent Flores. 890 index. The win goes to Chuck Babcock. He goes 892 at 168 on an 890 index. Trent Flores went 895 at 165 for the loss. He had the better light, 031 to an 051, and still didn't hold off Babcock. Jim Williams, 890 index. That's all 890 index is super comp. Jonathan Flores out of San Rafael. And Jim Williams out of San Rafael. Well. And double breakout win goes to Jonathan Flores. He goes 883 on an 890 index, 031 on the tree for the win. Jim Williams broke out. He goes 887 on an 890 for the loss, 046 on the tree. Glenn Kern out of Modesto. Pedro Cedera out of Elk Grove, California. Cedera Racing. In the O'Reilly lane, we got Cedera, and Denzel side, we got Kern. And Pedro Cedera turns on the red light, 018 to the dark side of the tree. Glenn Kern goes 013 green for the win. Mike Copping out of Placerville in the dragster. And Denzel side, car number 7041. Once again, Pro ET, 10 and 11. Pro ET lanes 10 and 11. And Mike Copping breaks out 888 on an 890 index, 015 on the tree. But the Denzel side was the same light, 015, but went 890 with a 6 for the win. Angelo Stanton Jr. out of Gardena, California. Bo Hicks out of San Carlos. Motorcycles in lane number 9. All right. Well, I didn't. Okay, well, motorcycles lane number 9. Motorcycles lane number 9. And Super Pro, come on down. 14 and 15. Super Pro. Once again, Super Pro, 14 and 15. Ray Lillard and Adam Hicks. Double breakout win goes to Ray Lillard. He goes 888, 005 on the tree. Adam Hicks was 015 on the tree, but went 888 with a 5 on an 890 for the loss. Dennis Paz. Well, that is super. Oh, we're still in super. No, we're in super gas. 990 index from Stockton. Dennis Paz. Ron Kelly Jr. out of San Leandro in the 67 Nova SS to the 41 Willys of Dennis Paz. And Dennis Paz goes 006 on the tree. Ron Kelly went 006, but red. So Dennis Paz moves on. And he went dead on 7 with 006 light to boot. All right, Ted Seipel out of San Leandro, California in the 71 Ferrari. Denzel side, Kim Will out of Santa Cruz, California, 71 Challenger. And Kim Will takes the win on a double breakout. She goes 034 on the tree. She goes 989 on 990 index for the win. Ted Seipel was 031 on the tree, but went 988 with a 0 on a 990 index. Way too quick. Brian Downer in the Beretta out of Oroville, California. Gregory Harrison out of Livermore in the 03. Oh, that's not. And the T-Bird turns on the red light. 019 to the dark side. Brian Downer takes the win. 082 green. Sioux Spa. American Canyon 63 Corvette Roadster. Bob Heffley out of Napa and the 02 Corvette. All right, Brian Downer broke out. Takes the loss. He's 020 on the tree. Gregory Harrison was 008 on the tree. Takes the win. All right, now we got Sioux Spa. American Canyon in a 63 Corvette Roadster. And Bob Heffley out of Napa in the 02 Corvette Roadster. And we're going to go to Bob Heffley. He goes 022 on the tree. Sioux Spa did not get a time because he left before the tree was activated. Lon Wilburn out of San Bruno in the 76 Mazda. The O'Reilly side. Looks like a Duster. From that famous family of Not on File. The Knots. And Lon Wilburn with an 018 light will take the win. He goes 993, a 990 index for the win. Is this a semifinals for 6 to 12-year-olds and juniors? All right, now we're back in the junior dragsters. We got Brody George out of Hidden Valley Lake, 1416 dial. Zaid Wasu, 1195 dial from West Sacramento, Hot Wheels Racing. Eric, is this the semifinals of All right, this is the semifinals of 6 to 12-year-old racing here in Junior Dragsters. Once again, Super Pro lanes 14 and 15. Super Pro 14 and 15. Pro ET should already be there, 10 and 11. Motorcycles should be in lane number 9. So once again, Brody George, 14-16. Zaid Wasu, 11.95. Going to give up a lot of head start to this. And Zaid Wassels goes into the finals. He goes 11.98 on 11.95, 0.59 on the tree at 51 miles an hour. So he's going to be facing Blake George in the finals next time around. Blake George going down the track right now, dialed in at 9:15. So it's going to be Blake and Zaid in the finals of the 6 to 12-year-old junior dragsters. Eric, who's this guy? Who's on? Well, all I know is this kid is 5 years old, don't have a name for him, and we'll see how he goes down the track. Last time he went down, he did fairly well. For a 5-year-old. Dang, that's young. Is that the finals of 13-year-olds? All right. And this is the finals coming at you in the water box of the 12 and the 13 to 17-year-old class. Once again, Pro ET 10 and 11, motorcycles lane number 9, Super Pro 14 and 15. And the 5-year-old goes 14.56 at 44 miles an hour. Here's your finals of the 13 to 17-year-old class. Grant Williamson, 790. Krug Castile, 790. Hey, identical dials. It's a heads-up race. One's out of Eureka, Grant, and Gardnerville for Krug Castile. And a double breakout win goes to Crew Castile. He takes the win and the championship today. He goes 051 on the tree, goes 787 with a 5 and a 790. Grant Williamson was 095 on the tree, went 783 with a 6 on a 790 dial. All right, we got Pro ET coming at you. All right, Christopher Martin dialed in at 1049 out of Brentwood in the Corvette. Richard Fernandez, 1072 dial out of Osceola, California in the Mustang. This should be a good race. So motorcycles lane number 9, Super Pro lanes 14 and 15. And Richard Fernandez goes red, 004. Christopher Martin with a 078 green, takes the win. Isn't it funny how green lights always win, red lights always lose? Cliff Hall, dialed in at 1049. John Victorino, 1192. Cliff Hall driving the Falcon. This looks like a pretty Falcon car. So Cliff Hall, 1049, John Victorino, 1192. Cliff's going to be giving up some real estate here, trying to run him down. Let's see if he can do it. Double breakout win goes to Cliff Hall. He goes 065 on the tree, goes 1045 and a 49 for the win. Victorino was better on the tree, 049, but was way under 1187 on 1192 dial for the loss. Steve Weigart, 1029 dial from Santa Rosa, California, 70 Duster. Don Caesar, 1145 dial from Citrus Heights, California, sponsored by Asher College in the 82 Mustang GT with a 351 Ford motor in it. And Scott Weigart takes out Don Caesar, goes 055 on the tree, goes 1033 on a 29 for the win at 123. Don Caesar, not a bad light, 067, goes 1151 on a 45 for the loss at 117. Jay Griner, 1074 dial. Sportsman to the back of the lanes repairing. Jay Griner, 74 Ventura, dial in 1074. Jonathan Knoll, 1085 dial out of Mariposa, California, the 70 Challenger. And win goes to Jonathan Knoll, 059 on a tree. He goes 1085, dead on 7 for the win at 123. Jay Griner was 060 on the tree when 1071 with a 1 on a 1074 dial for the loss. Henry Robertson, 1038 dial out of North Highlands, California, and 69 Mach 1. Craig Merrill's 1010 dial out of Windsor in the 78 Camaro. Last time out, he was dead perfect. He went trip, zip, and dead on dial. And this time it doesn't pay off for him. Henry Robertson goes 007 on the tree. He goes 1042 on a 1038 at 110. Craig had the 011 light, went 10.07 on a 10-10 dial for the loss. So Henry Robertson gets himself a bond sticker if he wants to come up here and get it. Don Manoli out of Stockton, California, a 38 Chevy, dial in at 962. Zach Ealing subbing for his dad, 1018 dial in a 91 Corvette. And a double breakout win goes to Zach Ealing. He goes 0-12 on the tree, goes 10-15 on 10-18 at 130 for the win. Don was late with a 127 light and broke out on top of it, 951 on a 962 for the loss. Tom Marciano dialed in at 991 out of Roseville in the 69 Camaro. Brad McNeil, 1093 out of Katati in the 68 Mustang. And the win goes to Tom Marciano. He goes 990. He goes 019 on the tree. Goes 989 breakout on a 991 dial. Brad McNeil broke out, had the better light, but broke out even more. He goes 1090 on a 1093 for the loss. Don Fickner out of dialed in at 1060 out of Redwood City in the 64 Ford Fairlane Thunderbolt. Kevin Diadamo, 1214 dial out of Napa, California. B&G Tire, Rossi Development, 03 Corvette. And special thanks to Kevin Diadamo for sponsoring the race today. Dan Fisker takes the win. He goes 085 on the tree. He goes 1061 on a 1060 at 121. Kevin Diadamo was late with a 120 light and went 1219 on a 1214 dial for the loss. Robert Ragley, 1045 dial out of Oakdale, California in the 74 Vega. Samson Kennedy, 1045 dial, turns on the red light. Robert Ragley will take the win with an 093 green. Mike Reynolds dialed in at 1035 out of Chico, California in 95 S10 pickup. John Cavallo dialed in at 1017 Mazda Plus 67 Camaro. Okay, Mike Reynolds dialed in at 1035. John Cavallo dialed in at 1017. Camaro versus S10. And the win goes to John Cavalli with 042 on the tree. He goes 1021 on 1017 dial at 134. Mike Reynolds, 005 on the tree, but broke out 1034 with a 9 at 124. He had John all the way down the track, but took a little too much stripe, a foul too much for the loss. Mike Ealing, 1064 dial out of Roller Park in the 65 Hell Camino. Eric Dukas, 1065 dial in the 78 Firebird. And Mike Ealing takes the win. He goes 1064, dead on, 029 on the tree at 121 for the win. Eric Dukas goes 034 on the tree, win 1068 on 1065 for the loss. Mitch Gately dialed in at 1012 out of Katati in the 64 Nova. Dan Morris dialed in at 966 out of North Highlands, California. 23T Alter turns on the red light. 039 to the dark side. Mitch Gately goes 079 green for the win. Dennis Paws in the Ford pickup, dialed in at 1044, got the bye run. Once again, Sportsman to the back of the lanes for laddering. Sportsman, you're on the ladder. Trophy, lane number 9. Trophy, lane number 9. Hey, this is the semifinals of motorcycle. We got Trace St. Germain dialed in at 963 out of San Jose and the 78 Kawasaki. Manny Santos dialed in at 1090 out of Stockton, California in the 02 GSXR Suzuki. And Trace St. Germain breaks out. He had 029 on the tree with 961 and a 963 for the loss. Manny Santos takes the win. He with a 397 light. He goes 1094 and 1090 for the win. He moves on to the finals. Who's he going to face? Doug Love dialed in at 1297 or Brad Hawks dialed in at 999. Oh, it's going to be Brett Hawks. Takes the win. 091 on the tree. Goes 1031 on a 999 dial at 129. Doug Love had the better light. 050, but took too much stripe at the end. 1295 on a 1297 dial for the loss. So it's going to be Brad Hawks in the finals against Santos. Now we're in the Super Pro. We got Rob Knowles. Mitch Horton dialed in at 635. Rob Knowles dialed in at 651. And it's going to be Rob Knowles with a 072 light. Takes the win. He goes 663 and a 651 to 89 miles an hour. Mitch Horton was better on the tree with 006, but could not run that 635 number. Robert Crum, 663 dial. John Prop, 481 dial. All right, looks like Robert Crumb took the win. 008 with John Prop took off before the tree was activated. Looks like they cleaned up a little bit of mess from the car that was over there in the starting line in the O'Reilly side. So Tony Roca coming up with 686 style out of Modesto, California, 68 Camaro. John from 485 dial in the dragster. And we're going to go to Tony Rocha. He goes 691 on a 685 at 073 on the tree at 101. John From takes the loss. He goes 067. He goes 481 on the tree on 481 breakout on a 485 dial. Jeff Bassard dialed in 580 out of Nevada, retired teacher in the 96 GMC Sonoma pickup. Brian McCulloch, 675 dial out of Petaluma in the 67 Camaro. And Jeff Bassard turns on the red light, 005 to the dark side of the tree, so Brian McCulloch with 021 light will take the win. All right, Marco dialed in at 456 in the dragster. Tim Kroller dialed in at 532 in the 86 Camaro. All right, D-Gas and B-Gas to the back of the lanes. D and C-Gas to the back of the lanes. Marco dialed in at 456. Tim Kroller dialed in at 532. And Marco's going to take the win. He goes 013 on the tree. He goes 457 on a 456 at 154. Tim Kroller goes 009 for the and takes a loss with a 534 on a 32 with a 009 for the loss. Andrew the Kid Olson dialed in at 582 out of Sacramento, California, 70 Camaro. Udo Richter dialed in at 741 out of Oakley, California, 72 Nova. And the win goes to Stephen Owlcheck. He goes 6. I'll make Mike Reynolds dialed in at 657 out of Chico, California, 95 S10 Chevy pickup. Ken McConnell dialed in at 498 out of Red Bluff. And he takes the win. He goes 019 on the tree. He goes 501 on a 498 dial. All right, we got Logan Pagano coming up to the line. We got Craig Merrilees coming up to the line. Logan dialed in at 710 in the TR7. Craig Merrilees 636 in the 70 Camaro out of Windsor, California. Logan out of Travis Air Force Base. Let's see Logan Pagano who can run a 710. Can Craig Merrilees take him out 636 style? All right, they're ready. Clean and green. Logan's got an 011 on the tree. Oop. And Logan takes the win. He goes 712 at 96 miles an hour, 011 on the tree. Craig was late or went 018, but broke out on top of it, 635 with a 3, trying to run down Logan. So Logan moves on to the next round of Super Pro. All right, Nick Giacomi dialed in at 696 in the 71 Comet. Terry Manning 730 dial in the Vega. And Nick takes the win. He goes 012 on the tree. He goes dead on 3 for a 15 pack. Terry Manning was 223 on the tree, went 727 on a 730 breakout for the loss. Herc Ursay dialed in at 543 out of Modesto, California in the Cavalier. Zach Ealing in the Corvette dialed in at 642. Zach is just, he's not going to, Bob's not going to put it. Zach Ealing goes 009 on the tree. He goes 645 on a 42 for the win at 102 miles an hour. Herc Ursay had a 141 light for the loss. Sean Owens, 1175 dial out of Santa Rosa in the 66 Comet. David Rudd, 1266 dial out of Wilton, California in the 72 Hornet. And Sean Owens breaks out. David Rudd takes the win. He goes 039 and 3, goes 1275 on a 1266 style. Sean Owens broke out. Mark Gasper, 1293 dial in 64 Chevelle. Eric Drumling, 1090 dial out of Reno, Nevada, in a 63 Chevy 2. Hey, this is the semifinals of Trophy. I got a buy in the water box. And it's going to be Eric Drumling takes the win. He goes 1093 on a 1090 dial. Corey Friedhoff's 1412 dial in the 2015 Infiniti gets the buy run here. So he's into the finals next time around. Well, it'll be semifinals next time around. Once again, D-gas and C-gas to the back of the lanes. They're going to send you out momentarily. All right, now we're in the D-gas 1060 index. We got Dan Fickner dialed in at 1060 because they're all 1060 dial. Ford Fairlane Thunderbolt, number 5 qualifier out of Redwood City, going against Rich Strickfaden out of Mariposa, California, 73 Camaro, number 4 qualifier. And it's going to be Rich Strickfaden takes the win. He goes 040 on the tree, goes 1065 and a 1060. Dan Victor goes 1074 and a 1060 for the loss. Mike Coping out of Placerville, California, in the 65 Mustang. Frank DeSalsa dialed in, well, there's no dial, Santa Clara, California, 63 Nova. And Frank turns on the red light, 019 to the dark side of the tree. Mike Coping takes the win with a 028 green. Oh, that's better. Doug Fournier out of Campbell, California, in the 48 Angler. John Burkett out of San Francisco, California, Jugglers Racing Team, 63 Nova. And Doug takes the win. Your number one qualifier moves on to the next round on a double breakout. He goes 1056 on a 1060 index for the win. John Bouquet, 1055 on a 1060 index for the loss. And your bye run goes to Dave Sullivan. He goes 019 on the tree. He goes 1050 with a 9 on a 1060 dial. So he's good to go next round. Now we got Sportsman coming at you in the water box. We got Flying Ryan Haluska dialed in at 1323 from Katati, the 99 GMC Sierra pickup. The Denzel side dialed in at 1260. And Flying Ryan's going to take the win. He goes 035 on the G. He goes 1325 on a 1323 dial, 101. All right, Pro Mod, you're about 40 minutes away from being called to the lanes. From running. 40 minutes from running. Big Bad Brad Bowen, 1249 dial. Andrew Earl, 1236 dial. And the win goes to Big Bad Brad. He goes 097 on the tree. He goes 1253 on a 1249 dial, 110 miles an hour. Andrew Earl had the better light, but broke out. Scott McKenna, 1150 dial in the 68 Camaro. Brian Cam out of Pacifica, dialing in at 1261, 8002 Camaro. And win goes to Brian Cam on a double breakout. Cam goes 023 on the tree, goes 1259 with an 8 on a 1261 dial. Scott McKenna was better, just about as good on the tree. 024 goes 1148 on 1150 for the loss. Jeff LaSalle, 1269 dial in the Dart. Don Henley, 1477 dial in the 66 Chevelle. And Jeff LaSalle takes the win on a double breakout. He goes 028 on the tree, goes 1268 with a 5 on a 1269 for the win. Don Hensley was 034 on the tree, went 1468 on a 1477 for the loss. Lola Perelois dialed in at 1213 in the 66 Nova wagon. Kevin Diadamo, 1218 dial out of Napa in the 03 Corvette. And double breakout win goes to Kevin Diadamo. He goes 025 on the tree. He went 1215 with an 8 on a 1218 dial. Lola was 033 on the tree, went 1210 on a 1213 for the loss. DeAndre Fitzgerald in Denzel side, 1905 dial. Udo Richter, 1171 out of Oakley, California. Frank the Tank, Nova, going against the 06 Santa Fe. And double breakout win goes to Udo Richter. He goes 009 on the tree, goes 1168 on 1171 for the win. DeAndre Fitzgerald went 045 on the tree, went 19 flat and a 1905 for the loss. Logan Pagano out of Travis Air Force Base. Drag race machine, 2000 Corvette. Denzel side, dialed in at 1493. And the Denzel side takes the win. He goes 013 on the tree, goes 1493 at 93 miles an hour. He went dead on one. Logan Pagano broke out trying to catch him. He was 048 on the tree, goes 1240 on a 45 for the loss. All right, that's it for Sportsman. Now we're going to see what else we got for us. A-gas to the back of the lanes. A-gas to the back of the lanes. All right, Super Comp. Lanes 10 and 11 for round 2. Super Comp lanes 10 and 11 for round 2. Once again, Super Comp lanes 10 and 11. Super Comp lanes 10 and 11.
Super Gas 12 and 13, please. Super Gas 12 and 13.
All right, we're in the C gas. We got DeAndre Fitzgerald on 960 index out of Sacramento, California, 69 Firebird. Michael Karate out of Stockton, 61-year-old farmer in a 70 Nova. And DeAndre Fitzgerald goes 018 on the tree, goes 961 on a 960 index for the win at 139. Gary Ryan win the B gas 860 index out of South City, California. Juggers Racing Team, 32 Bantam, your number 5 qualifier. Bill Anderson out of Copper Houses, California. Anderson Trucking, 60 Camaro. That's 68. And Bill Anderson turns on the red light 100 to the dark side of the tree. Gary Ryan takes the win with an 028 green. Vince Real dial in, does an 860 index out of Sacramento, California, a bus driver in the 71 Nova, number 10 qualifier. Carl Weisenhoff out of Sacramento, California, a 64 Ford Fairline. It looks like Carl Weisenhunt left before the tree was activated. Vince Real with a 184 light takes the win. Ken Sassy out of Citrus Heights, California, 70 Nova. Eric Warner out of Redding, California, 27 Alter Pope Machinery Car. Final call, Super Comp. Final call, Super Gas. To the back of the lanes. And when he goes to Ken Sassy, he goes 013 on the tree. He goes by way of double breakout. He goes 857 with a 4 and an 860 index. Eric Warner was 011 on the tree, but went 856 with a 5 on an 860 index for the loss. The number one qualifier out. All right, you got Michael Henry Jr. A-Gas, 760 index out of El Sobrante, California, 68 Firebird. Weasel Anders out of San Francisco, a plumber, 67 Nova, number 1 and number 5 qualifier. Okay, Michael Henry Jr. Denzel side in the 68 Firebird. Weasel Anders in the 67 Nova. All right, is it going to be Michael Henry Jr. or Weasel Anders? One of these two cars are going to the finals. And it's going to be Weasel Anders with an 051 light, goes 762 with a 5 on a 760 index. Michael Henry Jr. was 052 on a tree, won 769 on a 760 for the loss. All right, first call, Pro Mod. First call for Pro Mod. Oh, we got two other cars here for A-Gas. Max Abbey out of Clovis, California, 92 Camaro. Cliff Boyles out of Rancho Cordova, California, in a 53 Studebaker. And it's going to be Cliff Boyles into the finals of A-Gas. He goes 771, 049 on the tree. Looks like something happened to Max Abbey's car. He's slowed down and may need a tow. It looks like he's got it going. All right, we're going to take a little bit of pause here. We'll get back to you in a few minutes as soon as we know what's going on. Pro Mods to the lanes, A Fuel to the lanes. Pro Mod to the lanes, A Fuel to the lanes. All right, here we go in the Super Comp. We got Brian Cam out of Pacifica, Tom and Jack's Automotive. Mike Coping out of Placerville, cabinet maker in the dragster. This is an 890 index. 890 for Super Comp. And Brian Cam goes 017 on the tree, goes 894 on an 890 index for the win at 167 miles an hour. Mike Coping was late with 079 night, went 890, dead on zero, but could not make up the difference with that 017 light from Brian Cam. Ted Van Mitty the third, San Geronimo, California. Lucas Oil. Jim Williams, San Rafael, California, 90 Answer dragster. He's a 59-year-old diesel tech. And the win's going to go to Tan Van Mitty the third. He goes 893 on a 890 index, 011 on the tree at 168. Jim Williams was 892, but 027 on the tree for the loss. Scott Wanbaugh, Anderson, California, property manager. Bo Hicks, San Carlos, California, where he's a contractor. K&N, MT, and Figgett are his sponsors. And the win goes to Bo Hicks. He goes 019 on tree, goes 895 on an 890 index for the win. Glenn Kern out of Modesto, California. He's retired. Jamie Harrison from Tracy, where she's the emergency manager. Harrison's Customs. A Harrison 2022 dragster. Hey, she's going deep with this thing. She just started driving it this year. That's good for her. Her husband, Will, put together a heck of a car. And Glenn Kern with an 031 light goes 895 with a 6 for the win. Jamie Harrison was 050 on the tree, went 894 for the loss at 161. Ray Lillard out of Discovery Bay. Lillard Motorsports. Trent Flores, Hanford, California, was a 16-year-old student in the 1996 Victory Dragster. And the 16-year-old takes the win. He goes 048 on the tree, goes 901 for the win. And Ray Lillard was late with a 137 light. Chad Babcock, Yorba Linda, California, retired law enforcement officer. Dan Hall, out of Redwood City, hot rod builder. And Dan Hall takes the win. He goes 0-12 on the tree, goes 8.95 on the 890 index, 177 miles an hour. Chuck Babcock was late with a 061 light, went 892 on an 890 for the loss. Chad Simonton, Gold, California. He's a test dummy, 38-year-old test dummy. I wonder if a crash test dummy. Jonathan Flores out of Hanford, California. He's a welder. And the win's going to go to Chad Simonton. He goes 892, 014 on the tree, on an 890 index at 166. Jonathan Flores was 021 on the tree, went 894 for the loss. Angelo Stanton Jr. from Gardena, California. He's a veterinarian. That must pay pretty good. He's a vet driving the dragster. And the O'Reilly side, Denzel side. 741 is the dragster. Angelo Stanton Jr. turns on the red light. 189 to the dark side of the tree. Denzel side with an 013 light takes the win. Bob Van Poppering out of Castro Valley, retired branch manager. Harrison Custom Dragster, 08. Pedro Sedera, 890 index. Elk Grove, California, America's Tires. Sedera Racing, 99 Victory Dragster. And Pedro turns on the red light, 014 to the dark side of the tree. So Bob Van Poppering with a 131 green takes the win. Les Matsukio out of Honolulu, Hawaii gets the bye run. He was dead perfect last round. That's how you got the bye run. All right, we got Brian Downer winning the Super Gas 990 Index out of Oroville, California. In the 94 Beretta. Kim Will out of Santa Cruz, California. Will's Trucking 71 Challenger. And Kim Will turns on the red light, 0-10 to the dark side of the tree. Brian Downer with a 0-13 light takes the win. Ted Seipel out of San Leandro, California in the Ferrari. Bob Heffley out of Napa, California in the 02 Corvette. And the win goes to Bob Heffley. He goes 027 on 2. He goes 991 on a 990 index for the win. Ted Seipel was 041 on 2, went 989 with an 8 for the loss. Scott Brown out of San Ramon, California, 66 Chevy 2. Ron Kelly Jr. out of San Leandro, California, 67 Nova SS. And Ron Kelly Jr. will take the win. He goes 060 on 2. He goes 1004 on a 990 index for the win.
My guy is 14.
Who was it?
Some dude in like a proper dark. Deep stage.
Lon Wilburn out of San Bruno, California, the 76 Mazda. Gregory Harrison out of Livermore. Harrison's Custom 03 Roadster.
I took 14th hour.
And Gregory Harrison goes by 007 on the tree, goes 994 at 140 for the win. So if he wants to come up here or send his daughter up here to get a sticker, I'll give him a Bond sticker, 007. Lon Wilburn goes 030 on the tree, go at 995 for the loss. Your buy run is going to be Dennis Paz in Super Gas. I got to call Pro Mods. I think that's what I called. All right, I need Pro Comp and Junior Fuel to the lanes. Pro Comp and Junior Fuel to the lanes.
Thank you very much.
All right, once again. So once again, Pro Comp and Junior Fuel, we need you to the lanes. All right, we're into Pro Mods. We got Carl Wilson over here in the 93 Corvette, your number 6 qualifier, going against the number 2 qualifier, car number 7D11. It looks like we had an incident of there in the top end. Fire safety, get to the top end. We got a fire. People, stay where you're at. We're going to send the ambulance up to the top end. So everybody stay where you're at, please. All right, driver's out of the car, so he's okay. This is going to be a lot of cleanup. All right, we're going to be down here for a while after that incident on the top end, so we'll get to see how bad it is when they get there. So if you guys want to get out of your fire suits and relax for a minute, I think that would be a good idea. All right, racers, we got less than 10 minutes before the track is clear to race. So if you want to start getting back in your cars, start now. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Nostalgia, 1, 2, and 3. Come back to the lanes. Nostalgia, 1, 2, and 3. Get back to the lanes. Okay, people, all drivers get suited up. All drivers get suited up. Looks like we're going to get ready to go here shortly. Nostalgia 1, 2, and 3, please come back down to the lanes. Nostalgia 1, 2, and 3 to the lanes. Okay, looks like the track is clear. We're going to start firing the rest of the pro mods out. Let's see if we can not have any more excitement. It looks like we got Justin Wake over here in Clovis, California, in the 53 Corvette, and Rob Moore out of El Cajon, California, in the 60 Impala. All right, we got pro mods fired back up. Let's see if these two can make it down the track. Gotta love the sound of those burnouts. Makes you think you're at the Nationals when you hear that noise. And speaking about the Nationals, they're going to be here at the end of the month. We're in July, so the end of the month, we're going to have the Nationals back here again. So get your tickets now. It looks like we had another pro mod hit the wall. And we'll see what happened. Well, I don't see a car out there, so. Oh, he's at the top end. All right, looks like all we did was hit the sponge and whole bunch of tire smoke. So we dodged the bullet there. All right, we got next two cars up. Brett Williamson out of Gilroy, California, in 63 Corvette. And Josh Kalich in a 2019 Corvette. It looks like a 63 split window, to tell you the truth. I think they flipped it on the screen, so they changed lanes. It looks like the timing block did not have enough time to cure and stick to the racetrack, so that's what the issue is. Well, we stopped it from going right now. All right, looks like the track is cleared, so we're going to be sending these guys down momentarily. All right, we're going to send these cars down here in a few seconds. So I hope we're all suited up and ready to go. Could these cars be in the wrong lane? Because one says 63 Corvette. All right, we got Josh Kalich over here in the Denzel side in the 2019 Corvette. Brett Williamson out of Gilroy in the 63 split window Corvette. These are pro mods. Let's see if we can get something down the track. hooked up the battery, and then I get in it, and I hit the switches, and I'm going, damn. I gotta get all the way back out. And that's really hard for me right now. Used to be, I could get in and out that far. Now, it's like, there's no pain. Yeah. Yeah. What's the NHL legal minimum age to do again? No. Is that because of my car? Yeah, because Sonoma Raceway called me on it. They measured it. And then I was like, what am I going to do? I was thinking about destroying the car, so there was another one. And I went and called the NHRA, and they sat there and they called me back on it, and they said, what is the real age of your car? 85. I go, oh, the new minimum wheel age, 85. All right. Yeah. 90. Yeah. I think that was 100. All right, we're gonna fire them up. We got pro mods. See if we can get one of these guys down the tracks with no problems. And that's Josh College going down the track, the 2019 Corvette. And Brett Williamson out of Gilroy in the 63 Corvette, getting ready to go do his burnout. And Brett finished his burnout. He didn't go as far as Josh did. And we finally get a pair to go down the track with no incident. Brett Williamson goes 051 on the tree. He goes 582 or 28 at 253 miles an hour. Our next pro mod is John Durden out of San Juan Bautista, California, in the 59 Corvette. And then we're going to follow him out with the funny car. How do you say the last name of the guy who funny car that is? Gerardo. Yeah, that's what I said last time. I'm just making sure I'm saying it right. All right, John Durden. He's going to go down the track here in a second in the 59 Corvette. He's your number 4 qualifier at 6:01 at 2:47. All right, we need all nostalgia cars to the lanes. All nostalgia cars to the lanes. And John Durden goes 051 on the tree, goes 591 at 249. Nice solid pass. All right, we got Tony Gerardo in the funny car out of Pleasanton, California, a 69 Camaro. He's a glass contractor. Must pay well. Let's see if Tony can get this thing down the track. And Tony goes 134 on the tree, goes 619 at 181. Now that was a decent pass in that funny car. Let's see what this dragster can do. I believe it's a top alcohol dragster. That's what it seems like. Huh? No, it's running alcohol. And he goes 103 and 3, goes 5, 30, 63 at 255 miles an hour. That's hauling the mail. I tell you that. I would love to be behind the wheel of that.
All right, and here we go into A Fuel. Wayne Ramey, and Sean Kabari. Pair of blown alcohol setups. You can do it two ways in this. You can go blown on alcohol or injected on nitro. Wayne out of Simi Valley, California, and then Nealon Parks dragster. 437 cubic inches of AJ power on that one. Looks like he's going to take a single. Wayne Ramey trucking down at the end there. He goes 620, 212 miles an hour. All right, Wayne Williamson in the '06 Neyland Parks chassis car. Originally a junior fuel car. He's going injected on alcohol versus Sean Kabari, blown on alcohol in that 18 Davis chassis. 452 cubic inch of Brad Anderson. Wayne in the far lane out of Walnut Creek, California. Sean Kabari, San Martin, the engineer. Pro to the back of the lanes, please, for pairing. Pro to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. Walking them in, injected alcohol versus blown alcohol. And Wayne was just trying to get a little head start there. Sean Kabari going to run around him. Oh, awfully close. There we go. Both left before the tree was activated. All right, and we're going to fire up a pair here. Blown alcohol in the tower side for Sean Bellemere. Injected nitro for Jerry Coomray. Hear a distinct sound when they switch it over to nitro. 464 cubic inch of Fontana Hemi on nitromethane. Sean Bellemere, Brad Anderson for power, 521 inches. Jerry Coomray out of Roanoke Park, California. That 01 Sterling chassis. Sean Bellemere over there in the altered pedal clutch car. That pedal clutch set up for Sean Bellemere. He's going to be over there bringing the RPMs up and bumping it in with the clutch. Making the final adjustments on Jerry's car. They're going to roll Sean Bellemere in. They are flying down there. A little bit of smoke out of Jerry's car. Sean Bellemere is going to go 587, 249 miles an hour. Jerry Coomray had a little bit of trouble there, coasting down to a 746. I just got one car I got to back up. It won't be two. It'll take me just a second. Hello? Yeah, right after A fuel because Pro Comp's next. I have no idea because Pro Comp's out next. Just ask them if Pro Comp's running ahead of that because I'm up announcing it. Say, hey, can we run Pro Comp? We should be good. Why don't you tell? I was like, hey, why don't you tell Pete and Craig to go up before them so I can finish doing this because Craig just went to the bathroom. So Craig Wallace and Petey, the red roadster. All right, and we fire up Sabrina Capps out of Chowchilla, California. Okay, love you, baby. 511-inch Brad Anderson power and that 19 Dyda chassis. And rolling up now is Tim Beeman. Driving JD Zink's car, that junior fuel champion over there. Blown alcohol in the tower side, injected alcohol for Beeman. Sabrina Capps out in front, right behind is Tim Beeman. Tim's going to go 7:14. Sabrina's going to click it off at 6:33. Brad Peters in the tower side out of Lakeport, California, the 65-year-old machinist. 437 cubic inches of Chrysler. This is our Pro Comp West, brought to you by System 1 and NorCal Nostalgia. John Lenko in the far lane, Bakersfield, California. That 95 DRE chassis, 400 inches of small block Chevrolet with a blower. Motorcycles and Super Pro to the back of the lanes, please. Motorcycle and Super Pro to the back of the lanes, please. Now, these guys are running this weekend on a 695 dial-in. Get as close as you can without going under.
All right, looks like Brad Peters left before the tree was activated. He won't get a time. John Lanko goes 091 on the tree. He goes 712 at 190. All right, we're in NE3. Don Mallory out of Citrus Heights, California, 23T, your number 2 qualifier. Craig Wallace, Rough and Ready, California, 27 Model T, your number 1 qualifier. The index for this round for NE3 is 960. All right, Don Mallory goes 076 on the tree. He goes 1065 at 126. Craig Wallace goes 018 on the tree. He goes 968 at 135. Peter Slim Fiena out of Nevada. He's a plumber. Science Racing. Looks like he's going up against a Fiat Torpellino. And card number 762 goes 975 at 134, where Peter goes 1011 at 127. Now we got NE2, Larry Battenberg, 860 dial for this class. Cool, California. What a good name for a town. Cool. Where he's a body shop owner. And Eddie Lucas out of Modesto and the 48 Torpellino.
Eddie Lucas is going to go 868. Larry Battenberg, 867. All right, Duke Baker out of Thornton, California. That's 69 chassis, 427 for power, Chevrolet. Eric Warner out of Reading. And that 27 altered. Heading down track there. Duke Baker going to go 866. Eric Warner, 864. Next pair up, Scotty Chamberlain out of Roseville, California. The Shamrock Shaker. 34 Ford Coupe, 540 inches of big block Chevrolet. Tower side, Grandpa we call him, Jim Overton. Driving the rental car this weekend that he stole out of my shop. In the Old Soul Dragster, 406 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet injected on alcohol. Having a little bit of trouble getting this one down and a little bit of thrashing in the pits earlier, but looks like everything's okay. Jim having to pedal it. He got loose down there. And Scott Chamberlain's going to go 870. Jim Overton's going to coast on through at a 1061. Joey Cottle in the far lane over there out of Vacaville, California, the 33-year-old mechanic. A 409 injected small block Chevrolet sitting behind him. Original 70s dragster. And Spanky McGee out of Red Bluff, California in the Voodoo Child. 23T, 438 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet injected on alcohol. Super Pro to the back of the lanes preparing, and Motorcycle Final up front, please. Both cars clean and green down there. Donnie McGee's going to go 10 under. He goes 850. Joey Cottle goes 963, slowed way down there. John Galley out of the Santa Cruz area in that 23T bucket, ready to rumble. 355 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet in the front of that. That car is for sale. Making a quick little move off the starting line there, John Galley. Gonna run it down there, go 904. Bill DeMartin in that far lane over there, that screaming demon dragster. Sabrina Pecora here in the near lane. The Pecora family racing car. 350 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet with a blower. Big block Chevrolet with a blower on the far side. Clean and green both sides there. They are very close down there. And goes 756 for Bill DeMartin breaking out there. 763 for Sabrina. Kenny Upton out of Garden Grove, California in that 13 Leonard's chassis. 665 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet. Be taking on Manuel Azevedo. Out of Loma Rica, California, the Iron Rat Racing, 72-year-old retiree. 482 cubic inches of Chevrolet with a blower. Super Pro, need you to the back of the lanes, and Sportsman, need you to the back of the lanes, please. Super Pro and Sportsman. Looks like we got one stopped up there. Give him just a second. All right, everything looks good. We're going to send them on in. Manny Azevedo in the Iron Rat Racing. Kenny Upton and Sons, or Ken and Sons Racing. Side by side. Kenny Upton going to go 767. Manny Azevedo slows down a little to an 807. Matt Garcia out of Acampo, California, the 32-year-old mechanic, and that 32 Bantam Altered, 540 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet in the front of that car with a big blower. $760, that elusive number for the NE1 guys. Hey guys, in the back of the lanes there, be ready. We are going to be calling stuff very quickly and need you in the lanes as soon as possible. Ready and in the lanes as soon as possible. All right, Matt Garcia, Matt Speed is shop. Been fighting tire shake, looks like he's got it figured out, smooth and right on down there. And he's going to go 781, 165. We got one cleanup run here. Tim Beeman, we just saw in the A fuel class a minute ago, running NE3 as well, going double duty. 350 cubic inches, small block Chevrolet in the front of that beautiful Roadster. The 46-year-old physical therapist, been driving everything under the sun and doing well. He's on a win streak, 3 in a row. And he's going to go 972, 131, and that's going to round out Nostalgia Eliminator. Special thanks to Good Vibrations Motorsports, Titan Speed, Shiner Racing Products, System 1, Heart and Soul Creations, and the Race Car Ranch. I'm going to turn the mic over for the rest of the evening. Gary, thank you for having me up here. This has been a blast. I'm Barefoot Brian, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, we got Pro ET coming at you. We got Dennis Paws over here, dialed in at 1048 out of Stockton, California. Zach Ealing, 1018 out of Roanoke Park in the Corvette, going against the 65 El Camino of Dennis Paws. Let's see if Jack can take out Dennis. And Zach Ealing takes out Dennis Paws. He goes 030 on the tree. He goes 1028 on a 1018 dial, 122 for the win. Dennis Paws was 066 on the tree, went 1055 on a 1048. Mitch Gately, 1014 dial, out of Cotati, California, 64 Nova. John Cavallo, 1021 dial from Modesto, 67 Camaro. And Mitch Gailey takes the win. He goes 062 on the tree. He goes 10-16 at 130 on a 10-14 dial. John Cavallo had him treated with a 036 light, but went 10-28 on a 10-21 for the loss. Tom Marciano, 992 dial out of Roseville, California, 69 Camaro. Cliff Hall, dialed at 1051 from Carmichael, California, and a 64 Falcon. He's just falcon around. And Cliff Hall moves on. He goes 036 on the tree, goes 1055 on a 1051 dial, 121 miles an hour. Tom Marciano went 060 on the tree, went 1007 on a 992 for the loss. Robert Wrigley, a dial at 1045 out of Oakdale, California, 74 Vega. Jonathan Noel, 1085 dial from Mariposa, California, 70 Challenger. And Jonathan Noel takes the win. He goes 019 on the tree, goes 1104 at 121 on a 1085 dial. Robert Wrigley was late, went 042 late, went 1036 on a 1045 for the loss. C&D gas to the back of the lane. C&D gas to the back of the lanes. Once again, C&D gas to the back of the lane. Christopher Martin, dialing at 1036 out of Brentwood in the 07 Corvette. Mike Ealing, 1065 dial. He's from Roner Park. He's Zach's uncle in the 65 El Camino. And Mike takes the win. He goes 039 on the tree, goes 1077 on a 1065 at 118. Christopher Martin had a better light, 034, but could not run that 1036 number. He went 1050 for the loss. Scott Weigert dialed in at 1032 from Santa Rosa, California in the 70 Duster. Dan Fickner, 1060 dial out of Redwood City in a 64 Fairline Thunderbolt. And Scott turns on the red light, 067 to the dark side of the tree. He went Roxanne. Dan Fickner takes the win with an 050 green light. Henry Robertson got the bye run. He's got a 1038 and the 69 Mark 1. He's from North Highlands, California. UPS driver. Hey, he went 007, but it was red. He went unbond. But he still went 1053 at 108. All right, we got a license pass here coming up. And then it's the motorcycle, I believe, finals. All right, the motorcycle finals coming up here, and they're pulling up to the water box right now. We're going to follow that up with the junior dragster finals. So we're moving right along here. All right, the bike finals coming at you right now. We got Brad Hawks dialed in at $9.99 from Fremont, California, and the Hayabusa. Manny Santos dialed in at $10.90 from Stockton. All right, Brad Hawks, $9.99 dial. Manny Santos, $10.90 dial. This is your motorcycle final. Brad Hawks takes the win. He goes 142 on the tree, goes 1152 at 9 on a 999 dial. Manny Santos goes 384 on the tree, takes the second place. So congratulations to Manny and Brad. We need Richard Todd to the lanes now. Richard Todd, we need you to the lane now. All right, we're in the Junior Dragster finals. Blake George dialed in at 926 from Hidden Valley Lake, California. Zaid Wasso, 1201 dial from West Sacramento, California, the Hot Wheels Racing Junior Dragster. Attention to pits, attention to pits. All the races that are left, we're running out of time. So what we need to do is have you get back here as soon as you can, which is like immediately after you run. Get back here and line up. Well, get them cooled and fueled and bring them back. That's what Nick said. So we want to get this thing in. We got 59 minutes. All right, Blake George takes the win in Junior Dragster. Hidden Valley Lake, California, was 262 on the tree, goes 937 on a 926. Zaid Wasu had him treed 064, but went 12:36 on a 12:01 for the loss. Congratulations to Blake George. That was it? Okay. All right, we're in the Super Pro. We got Andrew the Kid Olson dialed in at 583 from Sacramento, California. 22 engine. He's a 22 engineering student. 70 Camaro. Tony Roca. 691 dial from Modesto. 68 Camaro. Andrew Olson dialed in at 583. Tony Roca dialed in at 691. And Tony turns on the red light, 463 red. Andrew Olson goes 029 green for the win. He gets to move on. Robert Crum, he's got the buy run here, dialed in at 660 in the 63 Nova SS. He's from Chico, California. Robert Crum, 019 on the tree. Let's see how close he gets to the 660. He goes 666 at 102. Byron McCullough down in at 672 out of Petaluma, California, 67 Camaro. Logan Pagano down in at 713, Travis Aerospace, TR7. Hey, attention to the pits. All gas classes to the lanes. All gas classes to the back of the lanes. And a double breakout win goes to Byron McCulloch. He goes 025 on the tree. He goes 661 breakout on a 672. Logan takes a loss. He goes 702 on a 713. He was 026 on the tree. Bob Knowles, 656 dial out of Sheridan, California. He's a traveling handyman, 69 Camaro. Marco dialed in at 459 in the dragster. And Marco takes the win. He goes 006 on the tree. He goes 462 on a 459. Bob Knowles goes 005 on the tree, but broke out with a 654 on a 656 for the loss. Steve Allen, check, out of Sacramento, dialed in at 660 in the 70 Mach 1. Nick Giacone, dialed in at 668 out of Eureka. UPS driver, 71 Comet. And Steve Allen turns on the red light. Nick Giacone will take the win with 077 green. Zach Ealing dialed in at 645 out of Roner Park in the 91 Corvette owned by Bob Langston. Kevin McCall dialed in at 5 flat out of Red Bluff in the dragster. Not to say Zach Ealing has been doing great, but he's got his work cut out against him going against the dragster with a 5 flat dial. Zach Ealing dialed in at 645. Kevin McConnell dialed in at 5 flat. And Ken McConnell turns on the red light, 005 red. Zach Ealing with a 041 green light moves on to the next round. Way to go, Zach. We're in the Sportsman. Brian Cam dialing at 1260 out of Pacifica, California. 02 Camaro. Jeff LaSalle, 1279 dial from Cloverdale, California. 69 Dodge Dart. Tell Nick. And Brian Cam going to take out Jeff LaSalle. He goes 031 on tree, goes 1261 on a 1260 dial for the win. Jeff LaSalle goes 098 on the tree when broke out when Ryan Holuska down in at 1335 out of Katati in the 99 GMC Sierra pickup. Udo Richter down in at 1180 in the 72 Nova Frank the Tank. And Udo Richter takes the win. He goes 003 on the tree, goes 1190 and 1180 at 101. Big Bad Brad Bowen with the bye run. We need Super Comp and Super Gas to the back of the lanes. Super Comp and Super Gas to the back of the lanes. Remember, we're really tight on time, so the sooner you get there, the better it is. Richard Todd dialed in at 1493, 72 dot. Dart. Kevin Diadamo, 1215 dial in the 03 Corvette. Not only is Kevin and Diadamo, he's sponsoring this race too. Richard Todd takes the win. He goes 018 on the tree. He goes 15 flat on a 1493 dial for the win. Kevin Diadamo was 096 and went 1219 on a 1215 dial for the loss. Mike, we're in the D-Gas. Mike Coping out of Placerville, the 65 Mustang. Dave Sullivan out of Sacramento, California, in the 69 Roadrunner. What is the aircraft builder? This is a 1060 Index. And with identical lights, 036, Dave Sullivan takes the win. He goes 1061 on a 1060 at 121. Mike Coping went 1066 on a 1060. Doug 14 down in at 1060. Rich Strickfaden also dialed in at 1060 or 1060 index. Doug goes 1071 with a 7 for the loss. He was 022 on the tree. Rich was 035 on the tree, went 1069 on a 1060 index for the win.
That's Sonoma weather, it'll bite you when you're not looking.
We're in the C-Gas 960 index. Lee Roberts from Sparks, Nevada in the 41 Ford truck. Ron Coombs out of California in a 67 Corvette coupe. And the win goes to Ron Coombs. He goes 022 on the tree. He goes 965 at 139. DeAndre Fitzgerald, 960 class C gas in the 69 Firebird. Don Manomi out of Stockton, California, 38 Chevy. And DeAndre takes the win. He goes 028 on the tree. Goes 968 at 137 for the win. Don was a little bit late with a 057 light. Went 965 for the loss. Vince Real out of Sacramento, California. 71 Nova, number 10 qualifier. Ken Satsky out of Citrus Heights, 70 number 7 qualifier. Vince Real and Ken Satsky. And Ken Sassy turns on the red light, 149 to the dark side of the tree. Vincent Real takes the win with a 034 light. All right, Vince Real takes the win. He goes 034 green to Ken Satsy's 149 red. All right, Cliff Boyles, Weasel Anders. This is A-Gas 760 index. Studebaker versus Nova. All right, all winners to the back of the lanes, especially Pro ET. We need you to the back of the lanes for pairings. Pro ET and all the other winners, we need you to the back of the lanes right now. Eric, is this the final of A-Gas? Well, maybe because the battery was fully charged. I never thought that. All right, I'll go to the gas station tonight and get notified. Oh, I'm not taking the car. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, did you have fun with it today? The win goes to Weasel Anders. He goes 769 on a 760, 021 on the tree. Cliff Burrows 082 for the loss. All right, Super Gas. Super Comp. You should be getting your helmets on and get ready to go. All right, we're in the Super Comp 890 index. We got Chad Simoton out of Galt, California, in the Denzel side. He's a 38-year-old test dummy. Well, I don't know what that means exactly, but I'm going to figure it out. Bo Hicks out of San Carlos. He's a 27-year-old contractor in the O'Reilly side. Chad, your number 2 qualifier. Bo is your number 7 qualifier. And Chad takes the win. He goes 0-10 on the tree, goes 890 with a 5 dead on the 890 index. Bo Hicks goes 0-11 on the tree, goes 090 with a 6. That race was really close because Chad had a 0-10, Bo had a 0-11. They both ran dead on 5 and dead on 6. And it was 2000s at the line. Ted Van Mitty III out of San Geronimo, California. 10 Flores out of Hanford, California. He was a 16-year-old student. Wow, man, it's 16-year-old racing this. That's cool. And he breaks out. He goes 884 on an 890, 011 on the tree. 10. Ted Van Mitty III was 069 on the tree, went 831 on an 890 dial for the win. Glenn Kern out of Modesto, California, in the dragster 99 Yancer. Lee Matas Sudako out of Honolulu, Hawaii, in the O'Reilly lane. Your number. And Les turns on the red light, 014 to the dark side of the tree. Glenn Kern takes the win, 015 green. He goes 890 with a 4, dead on 4, by the way, for a 17 pack. All right, Steve Hendricks out of Bakersfield was a shop owner. Number 9 qualifier. Brian Cam out of Pacifica, Tom and Jack's Automotive. Number 4 qualifier. And Steve Hendricks turns on the red light, handing the win over to Brian Cam, who went 014 green. Steve Hendricks just missed a perfect light, 001 red. All right, we're back into the Super Comp. Oh. Super Pro to the back of the lane. Super Pro to the back of the lanes. All right, Dean Hall out of Redwood City. In the dragster and Denzel side, Bob Van Poppering out of Castro Valley in the O'Reilly lane. Harrison Custom Dragster 08. The win goes to Dean Hall. He goes 006 on the tree. Goes 893 at 183. Bob Van Poppering went Bond to 007, so he gets a sticker for losing that race. He went 894 at 182. All right, we're into Pro ET. We got Zach Ealing here. In the 91 Corvette. Zach goes 067 on the tree. He goes 1020 at 129.
Guys, we're going to get as far as we can, whether it's done or not done. So winners, come back. Winners, come back. We're going to keep cranking. All winners back to the lanes. Fuel them and bring them back as soon as you can. All categories, all winners. Come on back.
All right, we got Super Gas here, 990 index. Dennis Paz and Ron Kelly Jr. Dennis Paz from Stockton. Paz for Performance, 41 Willys. Ron Kelly Jr. out of San Leandro, California, 67 Nova SS. And Dennis Paz takes the win. He's a 13 on tree. He goes 994 on a 990 index for the win. Ron Kelly Jr. was 091 on the tree, takes the loss. Brian Downer out of Orville, California, in 94 Beretta. Gregory Harrison out of Livermore, California, Harrison's Customs, 03 Roadster. And Greg Harrison goes 008 on the tree, goes 990, dead on 6. Your number 4 qualifier moves on. Brian Downer with 024 on the tree, with 990 with a 4. All right, we got Cliff Hall. He goes dialed in at 1053 from Carmichael, California, in the 64 Falcon. Dan Ficker dialed in at 1075 out of Redwood City, and the 64 Fairline Thunderbolt. And Cliff Hall turns on the red light, 011 to the dark side. Dan takes the win with a 065 green. Henry Robertson dialed in at 1054 from North Highlands, California, a 69 Mach 1. Mitch Gately, 1015 dial. 64 Nova from Katati. Remember, all winners, get them cooled down and get back to the back of the lane as soon as you can. We're running tight on time. And Mitch Gately on double red light takes the win because he was closer to 0. He went 020 red to the 036 red of Henry Robertson. So Mitch Gately moves on to the next round. Mike Ealing, dial in at 1065 out of Roanoke Park in the 65 El Camino. Jonathan Knoll, 1095 dial from Haywood, California, in the 70 Challenger. And Jonathan Knoll takes out Mike Ealing. Mike Ealing had an 044 light to Jonathan Knoll's 103, but he went 1074 and a 1065 for the loss. Jonathan Knoll went 1096 on a 1095 for the win. All right, all gassers to the back of the lanes for BC and A. To the back of the lanes. BC and A to the back of the lanes. All right, we got trophy cars here to the finals. We got David Rudd dialing at 1275 out of Wilton, California, with 72 Hornet. Cody Frias dialing at 1480 out of Napa in the 2015 Infiniti Q40 Nissan in Infiniti. Okay, your trophy winner for today is David Rudd. He goes 1289. He was 052 on the tree on a 1275. Cody Frias was 078 on the tree, went 1431 on a 1418 for the loss. And second place, so congratulations, David Rudd, on taking the win in trophy today. All right, that wasn't the finals. So David Rudd is going into the finals against Eric Dumley, who's the next call out here. He's just going to change his pants. So David Rudd, when you get your time sticker, you got to come back around and pull in line for running the finals. You did not run the finals on that one. My mistake. All right, we're in the sportsman. I believe this time it's the semifinals of sportsman. I count 4 cars. Unless somebody's sitting it out, this is the semifinals. Richard Todd, dialed in at 1492 out of Stockton, California, is 72 Dart. Big Bad Brad Bowen out of Nevada, dialed in at 1249 in the Trans Am. And Richard Todd takes out Big Bad Brad. He goes 041 on the tree, goes 1493 for the win on a 1492 dial. Big Bad Brad was 060 on the tree and broke out on top of it. So who's it going to be in the finals? Brian Cam dialed in at 1261 on a Pacifica in the 02 Camaro. Udo Richter and Frank the Tank dialed in at 1180. Double breakout win goes to Udo Richter. He goes 010 on the tree. He goes 1179 with a 9 on 1180 for the win. Brian Cam 046 on the tree. Goes 1259 with a 2 on a 1261 dials. So it's going to be Todd Richter in the finals next time around. All right, we got Super Pro Robert Crum dialed in at 666 out of Chico in the 63 Nova SS. Nick Giacomi dialed in at 670 out of Eureka, California in 71 Comet. Once again, Robert Crum down at 666. Nick Giacomi dialed in at 670. And Nick Turns on the red light, 005 to the dark side of the tree. Robert Crum with a 011 takes the win. Moves on to the next round. Byron McCulloch, dialed in at 665 out of Petaluma, 67 Camaro. Andrew the Kid Olson, 586 dial out of Sacramento, California, 70 Camaro. And Byron McCulloch takes the win. He goes 027 on the tree, goes 6 flat on a 586 at 107. Byron McCulloch was late with a 238 light. Marco dialed in at 460 in the dragster out of Novato. Zach Ealing, 644 out of Roanoke Park in the 91 Corvette. This is a real test for Zach, who's been killing the tree today. Let's see if he can take out Marco. Super Comp to the back of the lanes. Super Comp to the back of the lanes. And Zach Ealing, with an 047 light, takes out Marco. Zach is just doing an unbelievable day. He goes 643, breakout on a 644. Marco broke out bigger. He goes 458 on a 460 for the loss. So Marco taken out by Zach. We're in D-Gas. Vincent Real, B-Gas, 860 Index out of Sacramento, California, 71 Nova. Gary Ryan out of South City, California, in a 32 Bantam. All right, we need Rudd to the line for trophy. Need David Rudd to the line for trophy for the finals. All right? You did not run the finals last time around. You ran the semifinals. So in B-Gas, the winner is going to be Vincent Real, who got Gary Ryan for the win. All right, that was the finals for B-Gas. Vincent Real takes the win. He goes 870 on 860, 089 on the tree. So congratulations to Vincent Real. car? Eric. So once again, David Rudd, if you're still on the premises, come on down. We got to run trophy finals. We're looking for David Rudd. All right, there's your trophy finals. All right, the finals of C-Gas, DeAndre Fitzgerald. The index is 960. Ron Coombs in the 67 Corvette Coupe. DeAndre in the 69 Firebird. He's your number 15 qualifier. Ron Coombs, the number 4 qualifier. This is the finals for C-Gas. So DeAndre Fitzgerald going against Ron Coombs in the finals of C-Gas. And DeAndre Fitzgerald takes the win. He goes 0-32 on the tree, goes 9.64 on a 960 index at 127. Ron Coombs was late with a 117 light and broke out on top of it. So your champion today in C-Gas is DeAndre Fitzgerald. All right, we got 10 Van Mitty the third, 890 index. He's a 6-year-old contractor from San Geronimo, California. Glenn Kern out of Modesto. He's retired in the O'Reilly lane. Is this the finals of? Okay. And Glenn Curran takes the win. He goes over 32 on the tree. He goes dead on one. Ted Van Mitty III went 891 on an 890 index. 026 on the tree for the loss. Now we're going to put in the middle of this the trophy finals. David Rudd dialed in at 1278. Eric Dremling 1090. In the 63 Chevy 2 going against a 72 Hornet. And Eric Drumling turns on the red light, goes 018 red. So David Rudd is your champion today in trophy. All right, we're back to Super Comp 890 index. We got Chad Simonton dialed in at 890 from Gold, California, the crash test dummy. Brian Cam out of Pacifica. All right, we're going to get Super Comp and the Sportsman final done tonight, and then we are done. So Chad Simonton, 890 index. Brian Cam, the same thing. Let's see who can run closer to 890 without going under. All remaining cars go back to the pits. All remaining cars except for the finals and sportsmen. And the win goes to Chad. Takes out Brian Cam. They're both 018 on the tree, but Chad went 891 with a 0. But Brian Cam's 891 with a 9. So Brian Cam out. Chad Simonton in. Dan Hall. All right, we got Sportsman final. We got 3 minutes to go before I got to sign off. Okay, here comes the last 2 cars. It's now 6:58. I got 2 minutes. Richard Todd dialed in at 1493 from Stockton, California, the 72 Dart. Bureau Richter 1178 dial from Oakley, California, and Frank the Tank, the 72 Nova. And the win's going to go to Udo Richter. He goes 1181 and 1178, 023 and 3, 659. I'm off the air.